What's up, everybody? Welcome to the newly crowned afternoon show. Normally I go live at 3 p.m. and we're having to go live early because President Trump has called what some are calling the mother of all tariff press conferences. So, saw that from Jamie Dimon, CEO, I believe he's Chase Bank. And Jamie Dimon is going to be at the press conference, and he's calling it the mother of all tariff. So I don't know what's coming. I'm sure as we look at things this afternoon, we've got President Trump doing Caroline Leavitt's job, just does his own press conferences. So he's going to take questions, otherwise they wouldn't call it a press conference. Number one. Number two, it's going to be about some executive orders he's signing, which are in conjunction with, obviously, the tariffs. So the tariff is being put in place by virtue of an executive order. I'm sure he'll have some information about Rfkjr Jr. In fact, I'm thinking towards the end of the press conference and the end of the executive order signing, he may indeed just bring out Rfkjr Jr. and one of the Supreme Court justices to swear in Rfkjr Jr. and get him right to work. In addition, we will be going live again later because I don't know if we'll still be on the air, but from what I understand, let me see if there's been an update in terms of Monica's postings, Monica Page. Yes, she has updated again. Okay, 2 p.m. 2 p.m. will be the swearing in for R.F. Kennedy Jr. So, what we have in front of us right now, we're going to have a press conference. We're going to have executive orders, maybe not in that order. Maybe, let's say this, maybe he's going to announce what the executive orders are going to be, what the tariffs are going to be. Then he will sign into law what those tariffs are that he previously explained. Then after he signs that, he will then take questions, and he'll take the questions in regards to everything about what those executive orders entail. Then at 2 p.m. or so, it doesn't say whether it's going to be in the executive in the Oval Office, but more than likely, since he's already going to be set up in front of the cameras, they'll probably do the swearing in right there. So we should have a seamless bunch of stuff to look at and talk about. Then at 4 o'clock, which isn't so much something we need to be live for, he's going to be greeting the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, and they're going to be having behind door meetings. Then at 5:15, he's having another press conference with the Prime Minister of India. So we will have a third show. We will go live at about 5 o'clock, depending on how long this one goes. If this goes long, we'll just keep with it. But then there will be a third show because he's going to take he's going to hold a press conference with the Prime Minister of India, and then he's pretty much done. He's going to have a dinner with the Prime Minister of India. So that's what we're waiting for him to come on. Don't want to get too far into any videos or stuff because at any minute he could flip the switch, but just wanted to let you know that's what the schedule is expected. And I say expected because one of the things we have learned specifically in dealing with everything regarding President Trump is things are fluid. Things move very quickly. I had set a time that I was going to do shows at 1 and 8 p.m. Got to be nimble, got to be quick, got to move with him, have to move with him to see what he's going to be doing next. So we're waiting for him to take the stage and do his thing. In the interim, let me show you a couple things that he has since posted, or actually posted earlier today of note. Here's one. Great talks with Russia and Ukraine yesterday. Good possibility of ending that horrible, very bloody war. Then he said, 3 great weeks, perhaps the best 3 weeks ever, but today is the big one. I'm not sure what the big one entails and what it's all about and what we're going to see transpire, but his own words say this is going to be the big one. Gonna have to wait and see what it is. In addition, he's now pointing out Doge. Why was Politico paid millions of dollars for nothing? Buying the press? Pay back the money to the taxpayers. How much has the failing New York Times been paid? Is this the money that is keeping it open? They are buying the press. They were. Let's see, are they ready to go to it? Nope, not yet. All right. And then this one, Doge, looks like radical left Reuters was paid $9 million by the Department of Defense to study large-scale social deception. Give back the money now. So Trump, through Elon Musk and Doge, is finding that is there such thing as a left-wing media? At this point, you have to understand and start contemplating there may not be a left-wing media. They just may be paid operatives of the Democrat Party, which we all had pretty much thought for quite some time. Didn't make any sense, but now it's coming to fruition. Are these people merely Democrat Party operators who get paid to sit in front of a camera? And yeah, so with what happened today with Rfkjr, and just to go back to earlier process, just recap what happened earlier, Kash Patel was voted out of committee and is now eligible for a final confirmation vote that should happen, I'm guessing, well, it should happen tomorrow, but they're not going to do it probably. But it should happen, I'd say Tuesday or Wednesday might be a good guess as to when this might happen. On the other hand, Rfkjr Jr., as I just stated, they're about to swear him in at 2 p.m. He has cleared all the hurdles. He is in. So I couple that with what we just were talking about when I mentioned about the left-wing media. It is going to be interesting to see how they survive if indeed he turns off the spigot of advertising from pharmaceutical companies. That would be absolutely massive. Now, of course, as you know, it will spur all kinds of lawsuits. They will run fast into the court. You can't stop paying us. I don't know how that's possible. I don't know how you're in a position where you can't stop paying somebody unless there's a contract that says you have to pay or have to let us advertise, which I couldn't possibly think that would be a contract that would ever hold up, that the government is forced to allow pharmaceutical advertising. Why do I say it would never hold up? One big reason: tobacco. That's it. That's your reason. You cannot advertise cigarettes. Remember the Marlboro Man? Remember the crying Indian? All the different things or other. Then he smoked. Nope, can't advertise cigarettes anymore. So obviously, it is law that is sitting law that certain things don't have to be advertised, don't have to be allowed to advertise on TV. So he's going to have a huge precedent to lean on, and I don't see how Pfizer and Moderna, with all their unlimited money, is going to even be able to stop that. I'm looking at the screen. It's a 1:11, and they have not cut as of yet to him talking. So everybody is just waiting for President Trump to show up. I covered these things on on True Social. Let me go over to here. What makes all of this very hard for the Democrats, as I mentioned earlier, I just always like to preface, I'm not just intentionally repeating myself. I'm not Dementia Joe. I just want to make sure everybody is on the same page. And one of those things that we all need to be on the same page about is he being President Trump, is carrying so much power, so much strength right now. You don't dare get in his way. Mitch McConnell, he's trying to do some things. He's being a fly in the ointment and being a complete, I won't say the word, but you know what he's being, a donkey's butt. Sitting here voting against Rfkjr Jr., voting against Tulsi Gabbard. He's obviously going to vote against Rfkjr Jr. He wants nothing to do with MAGA. And as far as I'm concerned, MAGA doesn't want anything to do with him. We're just stuck with him. He's a rolling carcass down the road who happens to have a vote. And it's absolutely, dude, this is supposed to be voting for your constituents, not your personal grievances. And at this point, you know he hates Trump. In essence, he hates you. And he's voting out of complete belligerence. Not representing his people from Kentucky. Complete belligerence. And it sucks. It absolutely sucks. But anyway, what I was referring to is this. Mark Mitchell put this up. We've had him on the show a couple times. For the first time in over 20 years of polling, the right direction exceeds the wrong track today. That's huge. Because that couldn't happen if it wasn't for the fact that there's a large contingent of Democrats at this point who are feeling the same way, and they're saying this thing is much better than we had expected, and we're learning much more. Mark had put something else out. Let me see if I can find that too. He put this out in regards to the media. Update, legacy media clawback time has arrived. And he just posted what Trump had put on True Social about this money needs to be paid back. All this money. Clawback time. I just call it payback. It's payback time. And he's absolutely right. Absolutely right at this point. We don't need to be seeing this kind of stuff happening. And this, when I saw this, I was like, oh, they're in such deep trouble. They can't even see their way out at this point. I don't know who he's polling, but I find Mark to be a very, very reliable source of polling. Trump has a 30% Democrat approval today. Let that sink in. He has a 30% Democrat approval today. That means if he can even continue to hold 20% of that, they will not win another election anytime soon. They are basically a done carcass of a party. If he's Ashley, you should bookmark again, because I'd love to know where he got that numbers and what poll he just did that shows that the Democrats have lost 30% of their own voters to Trump. I think there's nothing else but.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
I played a lot of sports growing up. I mean, a lot of sports. And one of the things that gets me is, I don't know how much more winning this dude can do. I am here for it. I am 100% here for it. But 30%? You letting that sink in? And let me check my calendar here. 3 weeks? 3 weeks. Today is the third week. Next Thursday would be the 20th, would make it a full month. February 20th, yeah. So we're talking 3 weeks. In 3 weeks' time, he has captured a 30% approval with the Democrat Party. That, my friends, is astounding. That is the kind of number that these people. But we've seen it. They got nothing. All they're doing is protesting. I'm like looking at another screen here, and they're out there in the street in front of the VA, and they're protesting. They got, and I swear, if I could show you this picture, there's maybe 25 people there. So they can't even generate enough uproar to even have a protest. That's how bad it is. That's how bad it is. So I got more I want to show you, but the other stuff I want to show you is going to take more of a in-depth approach and watching videos and talking about. So I don't want to start something and not be able to finish it. We need to be ready when President Trump comes out. So let me just go ahead and take some questions from you. The Democrats are protesting themselves to death. Yeah, just out the window. Protesting to stop stealing. Listening to the Democrats talk this morning about integrity and honesty when talking of cash was a bit much. I concur with that. I can't believe anyone supports the lying Democrats. I guess if you add up the militants, the transformers, the commies, it'd probably get you to about who represents them right now. That's probably about it. Yeah, no money, no paid protesters. That's exactly it. They're protesting and cussing up a storm. I mean, did you hear that one guy yesterday? I didn't have a chance to cut the video. When he told Elon Musk was a musty moo-moo-moo. What's a musty moo-moo-moo? They're just making stuff up now. How do you expect grown adults to latch on to you calling somebody a musty moo-moo-moo? I don't even know what a musty moo-moo is. That doesn't make any sense. None whatsoever. So, anyway, he's a musty moo-moo-moo. Crazy. Democrats equal the lunatic party. Yeah, they do. At the end of last show, I read something. Robin asked me to make sure I mention it again. That one of the fanfare family here who had been watching diligently. I got an email from it, and I get these emails, and they're, man, they just break your heart. Absolutely break your heart. And this was from a user called Big Al, and he used to watch all the shows. And I say used to. I get an email from his wife, Josie. I am informing you that Alex, a.k.a. Big Al, passed away Sunday at 6:30 a.m. I woke up to find him cold in blue. We were celebrating the Super Bowl. Obviously, they're a Philadelphia Eagles fan. And Alex had a heart attack, and he was already dead at the age of 50. He would have been 51, obviously, this year. We love your show. I just wanted to let you know. Thank God. And I asked her if I could share this, and she said, yes, please do. I am beyond devastated. I found his body. I saw the cold and blue hands, and it finally happened. I never expected this ever. Josie, my heart goes out to you. I pray for you, pray for your family. And I just wanted to bring it up, not to be a downer, but a realist. Things happen. And you never know what kind of day somebody's having. You never know what somebody's going through. You never know if this might be the last day. This guy watched the Super Bowl. He was excited, went to bed, and never came back. And so as we watch all this stuff politically happen, understand it has its place in the world. And, last night I took the night off because I had already done 2 shows. And I'm just like, you know what? I haven't seen my wife all day. And I never want to get to a point where all of this, growing a channel, making videos, doing all this stuff takes precedence over my family. And I'm going to make sure that I try to balance things as much as possible. And so obviously last night, I was like, you know what, she's just been sitting out there and by the pool, and I haven't really had a chance to talk to her, and so I took the night off. And the reason I'm saying that is, I just want you guys to, as much as Trump is just running rampant, doing everything to fix this country, seemingly like he's working 24 hours a day, but he's not. And there's times when he has to look over at Melania and Barron, and it's like, you're our world too. And so just take that into account, whether it's me or any other podcaster who just says, hey, listen, I'm going to step back tonight because I want to spend time with my wife. I want to spend time with the grandkids and Ashley, or whatever, whatever it is that you need to exhale, do your exhaling. Do as much exhaling as you need to do. I will be here as much as I possibly can. I hope you're here as much as you possibly can, because you never know if you're going to wake up next to somebody and they're going to be gone. So just make sure you enjoy all that time. Yeah, Josie, we're all sorry. It takes 22 weeks for chicks to reach egg laying. We are still recovering from Biden killing millions of chickens. Let me address that for a second. I don't care. I love eggs. I love a great omelet. I love eggs when they're, inside of different foods that Robin may make or we go to a restaurant. But I don't care if eggs go to $20 a dozen. I don't buy eggs. I don't know. It's just a time in my life. I used to buy eggs all the time. I don't even go down the egg aisle. Go through it doesn't care. If something is too expensive, I just don't buy it. An egg is not a necessity for me. And so I don't understand the uproar and everyone, including the media, talking about the price of eggs. Don't buy them. It's that simple. If you have to have a food item because of protein or fat or something that you want to eat, there are many, many, many substitutes out there. Many. And, I know when we go out to dinner, we go to a restaurant, some of the food that we order would have eggs in it, but I understand when I look at the price and I know they got eggs. I know if I want to go down the street, not that I do anymore, but if I wanted to get an egg McMuffin, McDonald's going to have an egg. I know if I go to IHOP and say I want an omelet, they're going to have an egg. If I want it, it's a matter of personal choice. You see, the Democrats and the media are trying to say that Trump isn't doing what he said. Oh, he said he was going to bring the price of groceries down, but he hasn't. Well, again, looking at my calendar, he's been in office 3 weeks. You guys fudged all the economic data, and now you're looking for a magic wand. You're not looking for a president. You're looking for a wizard. You're looking for somebody who can conjure up something. The reality is you killed a gazillion chickens, and if you killed a gazillion chickens because of bird flu, then of course the price of eggs is going to go up. That's simply called supply and demand. So how do you make the price of eggs go down? You control that. And right now, a bunch of you are probably saying, what in the hell is Barry talking about? Well, if eggs pricing is based upon supply and demand, nothing else. The gas prices are beginning to fall in certain areas. So it's not the delivery. It's demand versus supply. Well, if you stop demanding it, there's going to be more of a supply and the price will drop. If you don't want to pay don't buy it. It really is that simple. There are so many things I go through the grocery store and I just look and go, nah, I don't want to buy that. I'm going to give you something that you're going to freak you out. You're like, Barry, you eat that crap? I am a Cheetos insane person. I love me Cheetos. I've loved Cheetos since the time I was yay big. And I buy Cheetos. And Rob was like, that's crap. I know, but I love my Cheetos when I'm watching television. So I went to the store with her, and I got to the Cheetos aisle. And does that say $13 for a bag of Cheetos? Yeah. Guess what I'm not eating? Guess what I'm not eating? I'm not eating Cheetos. Because I'm not paying $13 for a bag of Cheetos. She brings me in snacks all the time. And I got snacks sitting down there. And my snacks now are cashews and, what do you call them? Corn chips, like tortilla chips. Not Doritos, not the brand name. They're down here in South Florida, there's tortilla chips everywhere. That's my snack. Tortilla chips and cashews. I don't buy the $13 bag of Cheetos. Why are you buying the $7, dozen eggs? And I'm not telling you to go buy the powdered crap either. I don't want you to buy no powdered crap. But on the second note, make a different breakfast. Living down here, let me just tell you, living down here in South Florida and also being of a Jamaican heritage, I have found so many different breakfast options that I never knew existed. We got Haitian restaurants. We got Cuban restaurants. I'm like, man, I've never even seen this before. Oh, it's awesome. Just changed. He hasn't come out yet. Not sure what the holdup is, but he has not come out as of yet. One other thing I want to talk about. I think I can broach this while we're waiting for him to come up. this was some really, really important news. I can definitely go with and talk to you guys before he comes on. This is huge news. Congressman Paul Gozer has introduced a bill to punish social media platforms that censor free speech by revoking their Section 230 immunity. That's the difference between being a platform per se and being a publisher. This is one of Trump's main promises. If the censorship cartel gets dismantled, the cultural revival we will witness will be unbelievable. Conservatives will finally have a voice on all platforms. Additionally, by compelling platforms, compelling them to host the same speech, advertisers will no longer discriminate against sites like Rumble or X. Let me dig into that with you for a little bit. I've noticed a change already. Knock on wood. I don't have any wood around here. Here's something. Okay. I've noticed a change, or seemingly a change. And that change is here, just with these people here at YouTube. The heavy-handed censorship. I don't know, it just seems like the grip is loosening. I'm not sure if they're being forced, or they can see the writing on the wall, or they're understanding, hey, listen, we need to back off. But one of the things that's been happening just with my small channel here, lately, our numbers and everything are just growing and growing and growing. And I'm seeing, when I say growing, 20 to 30% more amplification, seeing it get out there to more people. Now, I understand the notifications are still slow and you don't get every notification every time we go live. But one of the things I have been noticing, because I have to check my analytics all the time, and I'm working with different sponsors, and they say, hey, can you show us this data and that data? And it's like, all of a sudden, things are going this way with numbers that you wouldn't mire yourself down with. But what I look at is it happens to do with, how can I say this? There's a term called concurrent live viewers. You see, not to get too much in a weeds, but forget about that. The fact of the matter is the numbers are growing. And it's almost like, just like with everybody else, at this point, maybe they're saying this guy's got way too much power. He is way too strong. We do not want to get on his bad side. And I've been noticing that, I don't even know if it's amplification or just stopping the BS. Maybe it is just stopping the BS. Just saying, people want to watch Barry's crap, let them watch it. We're not going to get in the way anymore. And because of that, I'm associating that growth, expansion, with the fact of Trump's power beginning to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Remember, you just saw Rfkjr get confirmed. Rfkjr got confirmed 52 to 48. Mitch McConnell, who is retiring, is the only one who dared vote against Rfkjr Jr. Not Susan Collins, not Lisa Murkowski. We just saw Tulsi basically get voted in with the same number. Mitch McConnell was the poop that he was and didn't vote him in, and the other ones did. After, hemming and hawing about what they were going to do. There's been a change since the Pete Hegseth hearings, when everybody was like, oh, I don't know, he's getting drunk at work and he's banging chicks and all this kind of stuff, blah, 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 blah. None of it mattered. He got in. And since then, I've seen a movement where they're getting out of Trump's way. So I expect to see the same thing happen with Kash Patel. I think it'll be another 52 to 48. I think every Republican at this point is seeing the data, the same data that Mark Mitchell is putting out there, and saying, we can't step in front of this train. If we step in front of this train, we are going to get plowed over. And we're getting threatened with primaries and gazillions of dollars. And then again, my name might be on one of these NGOs. how do I save my butt? Well, it's too late to save your butt. If you stole money from the people, you're going down. You saw from Pam Bondi yesterday, no deals. Not unless you're going to sing on somebody, but other than that, no deals. It's only Mitch McConnell at this point. And Mitch McConnell is, like I said, a rolling wheelchair corpse. And he's just doing it because he wants to show people he hates Trump. He's like the poster child of rhinoism right now. And he's letting everybody know, I'm keeping true to my word of being a rhino. These other people are selling out. Okay, if that's what you feel, then just step off and don't even bother commenting. It's not working. So watch for that next week when Kash Patel comes in. But the amount of muscle being, I don't even think he has to flex it at this point. I don't think he even has to. You notice there hasn't been any more threatening. There hasn't been anybody saying, if you don't vote this way, we're going to primary you. I think they've already told him, you got it. Whatever you want, you get. And because of that, that's why I think Kash Patel is going to go in. So I'm not sure what this giant... Here, look, this is... Oh, listen to this.
Sir, are you meeting with the president today?
All right, any moment now, President Trump is set to unveil his plan for reciprocal tariffs, and the excitement seems to be building. So what does all this mean for you and your wallet? Let's bring in FBN's Charles Payne, host of Making Money. Charles, can you answer that question for us? People are watching for what this means for them at home. Reciprocal tariffs. How do you explain that?
Well, first of all, let's talk about what they are, right? If you look at the different tariffs that we have, every country has tariffs. We've had them since the 1700s. Every country has them in place at this very moment. In fact, the ones that Trump raised when he was in office the first time didn't go away. Some are actually increased under Biden. So they exist already, but they're imbalanced. For instance, what the EU charges us to do business there, it's a lot more than we charge them, or almost across the board. There may be a few niches here and there where it's vice versa. So what President Trump is saying, hey, if we want to have, quote unquote, fair trade with our friends and our allies and our partners, it should just be the same. It should be reciprocal. You should not charge me exorbitant rates to do business in your country and not vice versa. And it's unfortunate that it had to come to this. So as far as what it costs Americans, that's a tough one. Here's the bottom line. We don't have magic money trees in our backyards, right? I know.
Still waiting for that.
John Roberts does, but other than that, so you can hike the price on something at Walmart. Doesn't mean someone's going to pay it, right? If you think about, and here's one thing I always tell people, think about the one thing everyone says, it's going to be inflationary, it's going to be inflationary. Remember Smoot-Hawley? I do. I research it a lot of times. It was the greatest deflationary period in American history. Prices went down precipitously, didn't go up precipitously. They crashed, they cratered. And so it's just, I think also we have to stop looking at it too short term. What we have been cowed into doing as a nation is looking at things the way Wall Street looks at it. Every 3 months, quarterly earnings, that kind of thing. It's going to hurt Wall Street's profits. Sometimes Wall Street's profits have to take a back seat to us as a long-term. Long-term, we want to bring manufacturing back. Long-term, we want to bring back the security that comes with manufacturing and the jobs that come with manufacturing. So that equation doesn't happen overnight.
Let me ask you a question that Bret Baier asked President Trump in his interview over the weekend, and that was, do you believe that prices will have to go up before they can come back down with the implementation of these tariffs?
They can go. You can charge anybody what you want. Again, no one's going to pay. We got retail sales coming out tomorrow. No one's going to pay something because you jacked the price up. This is the mistake that people in the Biden administration made, that Kamala Harris said, grocery stores.
So true. That's a Democrat talking point. Oh, the prices are going to go up and it's going to get passed on to you, the consumer. No. Okay, so here's what you have to realize as a consumer, as moving forward with this. And you really have to be, put on your glasses and get out your calculator and make sure, like we order most of our stuff through Instacart. We'll just order it online. And you can go back and look at your old order and decide if you want to buy the same thing, the same item. And you compare what you used to pay to what you're paying, where it's being offered right now. So yes, I did say I loved Cheetos. I see some of y'all yelling at me. I know they're horrible for me. I know they got chemicals. I'm sorry. I was just addicted to some Cheetos. But I'm not kind of addicted to the point where I can't walk away. You've made it to the point where I have to walk away from you. I can no longer consciously buy a $13 bag of air. Ain't gonna happen. All right, so it got to that point. You, as an individual consumer, are now going to have to be a little bit more savvy. And what I mean by that is, when you walk into a grocery store, don't just pick up the same things you always pick up. You're going to have a bit of behavioral modification. Otherwise, yes, you may see how much you pay at the grocery store go up. Democrats think that's being forced on you, when it's you who have to make sure you adjust. You understand the difference there? Let me just check and make sure that he hasn't come on or anything. You have to make that adjustment. So if you go to get the bag of Cheetos, in my instance, and it says $13, guess what? I'm choosing not to buy it. I'm going to go buy pretzels, or I'm going to buy tortilla chips or cashews or something else that can take the place of that bag of Cheetos. You, as your daily shopping, I don't know what it is you buy. There aren't many, how can I say this? There aren't many brand names that Robin and I are married to. I think there's maybe one or two brand names I have to buy. I have to buy Heinz ketchup. I'm sorry, I like ketchup on certain things, and I don't like catsup. I don't like Hunt. I like Heinz ketchup. Gotta have it. That's non-negotiable. I mean, if it gets to a point where it's out of hand, I guess I can buy the store brand, catsup. I could do that, but it hasn't gotten to that point. It may get to a point where I look at it. You want $9 for a bottle of ketchup? Ain't gonna happen. So shopping is going to be actually just that. You're gonna have to shop. You will not see an effect at all by tariffs one way or the other if you become a smart shopper. Just buy the one that's not being tariffed. It literally is that simple. Some of you, if you've never done that, if you just go in and pick the same stuff all the time, if you now go in and shop and you decide which one you are indeed going to purchase, you may find, my grocery bill went down. Imagine that. Imagine if you just got away from your inherent ways and understood you have to shop, you may find things cheaper. I didn't even realize it. I didn't even realize what a difference it makes to just, and Robin said, look around. If you actually look at the prices, don't just run over blindly and just pick this thing like most men do. I want that. Well, if there's one right next to it, oh yeah, and it works that way. So I'm not here to chastise anybody. I'm just saying, just do that. I'm a Trader Joe's ketchup is organic and tastes great. Never tasted that. I buy Heinz 57 for your steak. See, I don't eat steak. I boycott Heinz because John Kerry is in Heinz. John Kerry married into Heinz. He has nothing to do with Heinz. No more Hellmann's. I make my own for less than $1. That's another thing. I didn't know that. Robin was making her own mayonnaise. I'm like, what? I never knew mayonnaise was made. I'm a guy. I didn't know. I didn't know it was a mixture of oil and egg. So, maybe it depends at that point. Just got a 2-pack huge bottles of Heinz for $7.68 at Walmart. Bingo. No. Oh, wait. Somebody said something. I'm going to tell you right now. Somebody said, Barry, you must be addicted to sugar in the kitchen. Nope. I've been off the sugar train probably 4 or 5 years. And very, very proud of that, because once I got off that sugar train, I was amazed how much different things were. There's 2 things I don't put into my diet. Obviously, when you go to a restaurant, it'll be there, but I never, ever reach for a salt shaker. at home or in a restaurant, even though the restaurant has some. And I don't even know if we have sugar. There's Splenda and what's Robin uses? She uses honey and stuff like that. We don't even use sugar. In fact, let me show you something. You guys will laugh. Yes, I have snacks all through the desk here because sometimes I'm here for 4 hours at a time. I love these. Have you guys ever seen these? Pecan shortbread cookies, 0 sugar. There is nothing in this. It's like eating air. It's like eating a rice cake with pecans. Got off that sugar train a long time ago. Never looked back. Never felt better. Once you take sugar out of your diet, things are much different. No soda pops. How you do some diet? We don't even have sugar in the house, Melanie says. Good for you. Very, very good. Monk fruit. That's the one she has. Yep, you are right. Monk fruit. Somebody said it went by so fast. Somebody says Splenda is crap. Robin keeps telling me that. She used monk fruit. That's exactly the one she uses. Let's see, go here. So I hate to be like going off and talking about this or something, but I'm trying to talk to you guys, talking to you authentically, not just BSing you. Having a topic here. Yeah, those cookies are good. Yeah, if you guys are looking to get rid of something, who even makes these things? Voortman Bakery. These things here, sugar-free, 0 sugar pecan cookies. And they make a number of different brands. They make oatmeal and they make chocolate chip, and they're all zero sugar. And the first couple of times you may eat them like, this don't taste the same. No, it's not supposed to taste the same. But then after you go through, you're like, wow, this is actually pretty good stuff. This is actually pretty good stuff. So I'm going to start, because I'm not going to just talk about cookies. We've been here 45 minutes, and this man hasn't stepped out right at all. And I know as soon as I play this video, watch him come on. So I'm going to watch. I'm going to move into a little bit of news stuff, because this is very, very interesting that I'm going to show you. So last night, something came out, and I just got a text from the people at Lear Capital. There is something really, really suspect and weird about what's going on in the gold market right now. And I'm going to leave that for our conversation when we have Kevin from Lear Capital, which, sometimes people watch my interviews with Lear Capital and they think it's all about sales. And I told them, hey, listen, we got something to talk about that is really, really newsy at this point. Extremely newsy. And so I want to show you a video. Let me just see if it's queued up to be first. This happened or came out yesterday. And this is Lee Zeldin. This is crazy. If you haven't seen this information, listen to what Lee Zeldin found with the help of Doge.
One of my very top priorities at EPA is to be an excellent steward of your hard-earned tax dollars. There will be zero tolerance of any waste and abuse. An extremely disturbing video circulated 2 months ago featuring Biden EPA Director Casey talking about how they were tossing gold bars off the Titanic, rushing to the billions of your tax dollars that could go before inauguration. The gold bars were tax dollars, and tossing them off the Titanic meant the Biden administration knew they were wasting it. Following this revelation, during my meetings with members of Congress, I made a very important commitment to them and to the American people, which I reiterated at my confirmation hearing that if confirmed, I would immediately get a full accounting. Fortunately, my office team at EPA has found the gold bars. Shot Additionally, roughly $20 billion of your tax dollars were part of an outside financial institution by the Biden APO. This scheme was the first of its kind in UK history, and it was purposely designed to aggregate all of the money in a rough job with reduced oversight. Even further, this amount of $20 billion was awarded to just 8 entities that were then responsible for doling out your money to NGOs and others at their discretion with far less transparency. Just over $7 billion was sent to one entity, called the Climate United Fund. I'm sure you and I now have some of the same questions. How do these organizations decide how to allocate funding? How much money have they given out so far to whom? Are there any former Biden APO staffers who are now working with these entities? Let me make one thing abundantly clear. At this point, there is zero reason to suspect any wrongdoing by the bank. Here's my position as EPA administrator. The financial agent agreement with the bank needs to be instantly terminated, and the bank must immediately return all of the gold bars that the Biden administration crossed off its antenna. EPA needs to reassume responsibility for all of these funds. We will review every penny that has gone out the door. I'll be referring this matter to the Inspector General's office, and we'll work with the Justice Department as well. The days of irresponsibly shoveling boatloads of cash, the far-left activist groups in the name of the violence for justice and climate equity are over. The American public deserves a more transparent and accountable government than what transpired these past 4 years. We take our obligations under the law as seriously as it gets. I directed my team to find your gold bars, and they found them. Now we will get them back inside of control of government as we pursue next steps. As President Trump has vowed, we are going to usher in a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
I see some of you say that it sounded bad on your end. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about it. As you can see, many of us, it's fine. So it's got to be your connection, because it can't be good on one connection and bad on another. I stream at 1080. Excuse me, 1080 high def. Maybe your internet's not strong enough to get the signal. In any event, what the message was from one agency, from basically one inquiry, Lee Zeldin at the EPA, as they begun digging, they found $20 billion was pushed out the door right before President Trump took office. $20 billion. Scattered amongst 8 fake NGOs, or whatever you want to call them, to do God knows what. 20 billion. On top of everything else you've heard for the last couple weeks, this is just, it's a snowball that continues. It's becoming an avalanche at this point. 20 billion was thrown out the door right before Trump took office. They found out because I think it was James O'Keefe. What's this? Somebody said, Barry, you're wrong. What am I wrong about? Somebody said I'm wrong. I'm not wrong. I'm telling you what the man said. I never mind. I'm not even going to go talk about it. Anyway, $20 billion. The more these guys peel back the onion layers, the more they're finding how big the grift was, how much money they stole from everybody. And it just keeps happening and happening and happening. And the more people hear about this, the more you guys can share this stuff. It's incredible. $20 billion. I don't even know what to say about that. all you can do is tell everybody, because it's getting worse and worse and worse. So we're waiting for Trump. Somebody asked in here, and that there's nothing yet. He hasn't come out as of yet. It happened under the Democrats' watch. It happened under the tutelage and/or orders of someone in the Biden administration to move that money from X over into these 8 or 9 NGOs, $20 billion worth. They never thought they were going to lose. They never thought, they didn't see it coming, and they had done all this stuff, and they left breadcrumbs and tracks, and they've got nowhere to go. I mean, it's just nowhere to go. All right, I'm checking 3 different feeds, and nope, he has not come out yet. Sorry, nothing. Why am I sorry? He said it was 1 o'clock. They're not doing it at 1 o'clock. It's now 1:54. At 2 o'clock, he's supposed to be swearing in Rfkjr Jr., so maybe they decided to do it all at once. But in any event, $20 billion. What more can we say about this? How can they be protesting the way they're protesting? What they're essentially saying is, yeah, we just don't want you to look. You don't deserve to know what's going on. Elon Musk is uncovering theft. He's not doing anything but uncovering theft, and then letting the politicians know, and they're showing everybody. Man, it's bad. Yeah, shut every agency down. I completely... It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. I want my money back. Yeah, I want money back too. It's nuts. Those Wortman cookies have bioengineered stuff. Yeah, it's okay. We're enjoying being here. We're talking about stuff. There's nothing perfect. I got grapes. You like grapes? I got grapes. I got cashews. They wanted to steal in peace, and they were doing that. And obviously, it's a collective bunch of people in Congress that were a part of it. How did you not know? How did you not know that you were taking in trillions of dollars of American people's tax dollars and not knowing that you were spending it? And that, to me, that would be the second side of the coin. If you didn't know, then you're incompetent. If you did know, you were complicit. So either way, you shouldn't be there. You should be exiting. And I think that's part of why Trump has become so strong at this point. I think he's become so strong because they know at this juncture in time, he knows a lot more than what he's leading on to. So we're waiting for President Trump. It looks, hold on, let's see what they say here. It looks like it's happening.
Sometimes they go 40 minutes, sometimes they go an hour or more, as the president signs his order on reciprocal trade and tariffs. We'll let you know what that's all about and bring you all the action from the Oval coming right up. Stay with us.
All right, so we got nothing. We're still waiting for, I'm wondering if what President Trump did is some of the times what he does, he will sign these things in the Oval Office, then they will film it, then they will release the film of what he did. Not sure if that's what it is, but I'm checking all of my different feeds and nobody has anything up yet. A 3,000-page omnibus bills without time to go through it. Nancy Pelosi, you have to pass it to see what's in it. Those days are long gone. I guarantee you. Here's what's going to happen. They're going to have some sort of reconciliation bill to keep the government open. They're going to come in with this big, giant package. And the smart guys, algorithm bros, big balls, and everybody else are going to shred that thing. They're going to come back with a 2-page report of like, here's everything in it. And then they're going to post it. They're going to take whatever you're trying to hide. They're going to take that 3,000, 4,000-page bill that you guys have been working on in the dark, and they're going to have it completely translated before you can even like tell anybody, here it is. And so we're all going to know everything. Oh, it's got this much for this, that much for that. It's over for them. They can't do any of the stuff that they're used to doing. They're used to coming in with these giant bills and nobody reads, and it's got, on page 1,242 on paragraph J, subsection 3, it would say something. And now all they have to do is feed that document into a computer, just take a PDF, and based upon the algorithm or AI prompt that they write, they're going to get a quick summary report down to about 3 pages of all the information that they're spending money on. And then when it gets out, I mean, let's say they announce it at 9 o'clock on a Monday. Well, by about, 9:30, everybody's going to know what's in it. And then they're right back to it. They're going to, if you go ahead and support one of these bills at this point, you deserve to be run out of town, because the eyeballs that are going to be on every single thing that you do at this point is going to be crazy. You're going to be exposed so quickly. So don't do it. And I think that's what people have been saying as well. You might as well just come in with a 1 or 2 page bill. The days of putting those things together and then trying to obfuscate and keep the public blind, you're done. Done. It's like, you should be like, hey, we're going to keep the government open. We're gonna use X million dollars to pay for this military and essential services and this and that, and that's it. That way everybody can see, okay, which I love, because that means you and I are part of it. You and I can look at this thing that they're going to put out there. It's coming. And we're going to look at 1 or 2 pages and like, hey, I approve of that. I don't approve. Oh, I approve of that. And just and be done with it. Democrats are thieves. Yep. Will anybody be arrested? Yeah, I think so. I think President Trump knows at this point he cannot do what he wants to do if you, me, and MAGA don't see some people going away. And I think the Democrats know it, and that's why they've been talking about, oh, you're going to jail your political opponents? No, we're going to jail people who did stuff wrong. We're going to put them through trials and see if they can convict them, but it's time that these people do the perp walk. Notice something. Who said it today? Was it Whitehouse, Sheldon Whitehouse, or Dick Durbin? One of those said this morning, and I put it up on the screen when he said it. They were talking about the predicate, something that is a predicate of a crime, shows that a crime might be there. Well, Dickie, I'm not sure if you realize, but over the last 2.5 weeks or so, we've seen predicates. There's a lot of predication. It's everywhere. Like 20 billion being moved off the books for no reason. Like 9 million going to Politico. A lot of predication. We're going to see it. So it appears that Trump has signed it. Let's hear what they're saying.
Well, we will play it back to you in its entirety when that happens.
All right, so that's what he did. Did it again.
The Trump administration working tirelessly.
That's exactly what happened. They're going to release a video when it happens instead of it going live. Don't know why. Don't know why it did that way, but that's what's going to happen. So with that being said, I'm going to continue with my news part of the show until such time as President Trump releases the video and it's available for all of us to see. Right now we do not have it. Nobody has it, and we're all just waiting for this thing to happen. So with that being said, let's continue with what I have for you.
Meanwhile, everybody was watching, Vivek, the Federal Reserve Chair, Jerome Powell. Today, interest rates were the big topic, but he's still defending their proclamation early on when they said that inflation would be transitory. Watch.
We thought the inflation was transitory. I can show you forecasts from the end of 2021 by us, by staff, by the blue chip. Everybody thought it was going to be transitory. That's why we didn't raise rates.
Is that satisfactory for you?
It's not. And the dirty little secret in financial markets, Laura, is the reason people pay attention to every little word of the Federal Reserve is not because they have some unique insight. It's because markets are looking for how the Federal Reserve is often going to mess it up next. These people have messed it up royally for the last 25 years since the academics took over the Federal Reserve and the managerial class in the late 1990s. They've actually been adverse to the interests of American workers. They've been trying to balance inflation and unemployment, mostly doing a terrible job on both. It's like trying to hit two targets on a dartboard with one arrow, badly missing on both. The reality is the Federal Reserve needs to go back to one purpose of stabilizing the U.S. dollar as a unit of measurement. And by the way, they don't need 23,000 employees to do that, which is what they have today. They could have a 90% headcount reduction and frankly do a better job so none of those excess headcount is going to find these new tasks to pursue.
Another Doge
I think that's the
target.
right path forward for the Fed.
You're still doing Doge.
Makes
I
sense
love
to
it.
me.
It's another target. Vivek, awesome to see you. Thank you so much.
Can you even fathom what will happen if Doge starts looking at the Federal Reserve? The Federal Reserve, which operates outside of the United States government, yet sets the precedent in terms of regards for interest rates and things of that nature, how much it costs banks to borrow money, which then dictates how much it costs you to borrow money for a car loan, for a house loan, things of that nature. What are they spending their money on? How are they going to I don't know how Jerome Powell or anybody who came before him are going to be able to justify what they're doing. And the other question is, are they going to have to justify what they're doing since they're outside the realm of government? I don't know. But I do know when they start digging into what the Federal Reserve has done, that's where the problem's going to be. Who is back there pulling the marionette strings and telling people what to do, when to do it, why an interest rate should be this high versus that high? You see, one of the things I think the Federal Reserve is going to be in trouble about is it's going to be, were you manipulating the markets to suit Joe Biden? Were you manipulating it to help the Democrats? That's what I think their problem's going to be. If the market was what it was and you were just trying to help it and you're trying to stimulate it and you did things because you inherently believed this would be better and then it just wasn't, there's no crime there. You did your best, even though your best sucked. You were just trying. But now, if they can find collusion with the Biden administration and they can see that you were doing things intentionally to hurt the United States, then you got a problem. Then you're going to see more sphincter tightening over there. In fact, I'm waiting for a point where Trump says, you know what, I don't know if we want to even be dealing with the Federal Reserve anymore. How do you think the banks would take that? That would be insane. Let's continue.
Paula. Wolf, this is the first really big win for the Trump administration as it struggles to defend the president's executive orders and new policies in court. Here, a Clinton-appointed federal judge in Boston said that the administration can move forward with the federal buyout plan for workers, the so-called deferred resignation program. Now, it was temporarily paused, the deadline to accept that offer by this judge as he contemplated a lawsuit that was brought by several unions. But late tonight, the judge decided that those unions do not have what is called standing or the right to bring this case because they are not directly impacted. They are filing this lawsuit on behalf of their members. And in court, they argued that this buyout was not valid. They raised questions about whether the administration would actually be able to pay out workers who accepted. They also said that the 2 weeks that workers were given to make this potentially life-changing decision, that was not adequate. But here he said that for now, this buyout plan can move forward. And like I said, this is one of the few wins that the Trump administration has had in court over the past few weeks amid about 4 dozen lawsuits they've faced over their new policies.
All right, I want to bring in.
So now that we have a win that they're calling, let's see how the Democrats react to, the law. If a judge says you have to do this or he can do that, remember, 2 days ago, everything was about you got to follow the law. It's the end of democracy if you don't do what it said. Now he said you can do it. Now the judge has said, another one has said you can go ahead and offer these buyouts. The unions were the ones that were the problem. The unions were trying to force because obviously less employees means less union dues being paid. Less union dues being paid, it's less money that's going into these people's pockets. It's a government job. It's like one of the most cushy jobs ever, and you need a union? And so Trump now has the authority to go ahead and buy these people out. As of, let's see, this morning, I believe the number was 75,000 people have accepted the offer to leave. And you might as well accept the offer, because what's the alternative? You're getting fired. You're going to be fired. He doesn't want you here. They have felt right now they can run the government with a lot less people. In fact, the Department of Education, he wants it gone. So if you're a government employee in one of these agencies at this point, I would take the parachute. The alternative is hiring an attorney and trying to force them to take your job back, and then force them to pay you your back pay. And that might be, I don't know, 2 years. But here's the big thing. If you sue, and this is where things are headed, just want to let you know. When he starts firing these people who haven't come to the office in 3 years, when he starts firing these people and they try to sue, you have now opened up the realm of discovery. And what that means, if you've ever been involved in anything in a lawsuit, now we can start digging. Now we can start asking you questions, taking depositions, subpoena different documents. And now I can just clearly see if you violated the terms of your employment. And what I mean by that is there are supposedly, I'm not in government, I'm not employed by the government, but supposedly, just like with anybody else that's doing a work from home option, you're not supposed to be working at another job while I'm paying you during this period of time. So if your normal office hours are 9 to 5, if you're doing something between 9 to 5 that's not related to what you're getting paid for while you're working from home, guess what? You just broke the terms of that and may indeed be criminal, because that's fraud. You work 9 to 5, you work for the government, you get to do it from home, and you get paid to do it. I'm paying you to sit on your butt right there. I am not paying you to do work for somebody else. I'm not paying you to go to the beach. And so now they're going to start, where were you 9 to 5? Well, we got your phone records, and it looks as though from 9 to about 11, you never logged in. And then at 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock, what's Shirley's house of hair? Oh, you were getting your hair done on company time. It looks like you've done that 20 or 30 times over the last 2 or 3 years. You're screwed. All right, and what's this? Oh, happy hour at Joe's House of Daiquiris. Looks like you went there at about 3:30. And you did that at about 50 times over the last 3 years. You see where this can go? So the only people who should be in a position to sue are probably going to be people who are squeaky. That from 9 to 5 every single day, they sat in front of their desk, logged in, and did what they were supposed to do, even if it was nothing. But at least you're sitting there. How many of these people who, over the last 2 or 3 years, who thought they had the perfect job, they're working from home, they didn't have to go to the office, and nobody was checking on them. Many of them, we've heard at this point, have had no supervision. So after the first week, nobody calls. Second week, nobody calls. Third week, you're out. You're out doing something. Nobody's checking. I don't have anything to do. I have no reports to follow. Nothing to file. Nothing. Man, it's going to be absolutely nuts. SB is texting me, so let's see if he found something. This one is big. So I was just getting ready to show you something in regards to that. This is something I found and put up, and it says mass firings have begun at federal agencies. Just talking about this. President Trump is reportedly firing dozens of employees at the Department of Education and the Small Business Administration. Employees at the Department of Education received an email saying the agency finds, based upon your performance, yeah, maybe you didn't log in, that you have not demonstrated that your further employment at the agency would be in the public interest. The firings have impacted employees across the department, from the General Counsel's Office to the Office of Special Education and Rehabilitation Services to the Federal Student Aid Office. Wow, this man means business. Oh, he means big-time business. I mean, he means business at this point where these people have got to be absolutely freaking out. This guy responded. Let me see if nope, not cutting to it yet. The Department of Education got 238 billion. I can't even say it. 238 billion last year. $238 billion of your money. These numbers are so staggering. People can't even comprehend all of this stuff that's happening. And this is some breaking news. This is going to cause heart palpitations. Elon Musk's top Doge staffers just entered the IRS to begin examining operations. Oh, they're auditing the auditors. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. They're auditing the auditors. They're in the IRS. I'm just looking to see what's coming up next. Soon to be sworn in. All right, so we're waiting for President Trump still. Let the fun begin. You guys, oh, yay! Oh my God, let's go. Oh, well thought out 4 years on President Trump. Oh my goodness. I'm telling you, what is it, March 4th? March 4th is the State of the Union. So that's another 2.5 weeks from right now. 2.5 weeks from now, by then, Trump should just walk in and say, okay, we've seen enough. We're not going to go any further with any taxes. We can't. You can't possibly ask the American people to participate in this crap. Not palpitations, straight up heart attacks. Oh, they'll be pooping ice cubes for months. Oh yeah, pray for 47 because it's gonna get real. All this is happening. And it's something like you have to grasp at this point. All of this is happening. We're talking 3 weeks in. We're talking his entire cabinet hasn't been sworn in yet. And all of what you've seen at this point must add up to, I stopped counting, maybe close to $1 trillion or $2 trillion already. And so we were running a deficit that maybe we're finding out wasn't a deficit at all. Maybe there's enough money to fund everything. Wouldn't that be a shocker if in 2025 we find out, yeah, there's already enough money to fund everything. Oh, man, this is absolutely stunning. If you're a Democrat, I don't even know how you fight this. Going into the IRS? Oh, my goodness. So you're going to find out how much money they took from people, how much money they fined people, how much money they confiscated people with garnishments and everything else, and then you're going to find out what they did with that money. In 1 year. Never mind going back 5, 10, 15 years. And seeing what this trend has been and how much money. It's getting to the point where this fire hose that's being unleashed daily is going to be too much for some people to even grasp at this point. That it's so bad. At some point, people are going to say, I understand the winning part. This is too much. I'm done. Enough. You're going to have to turn this around somehow to get the American people to even have this much trust in the United States government. At this point, sitting back, the only thing I can trust about this government, I don't know. I put my trust in God, put my trust in my wife and my family. What is there to trust about the media? What is there to trust about anything in government at this point? And I understand I'm giving Trump some leeway because he's only been there 3 weeks. So when I say trust in government, we're talking about the government that was there. It's astounding. It's too much. It's too much for the average person to comprehend. They're going to have to break it down in a different way so people can actually see, because now it just looks like we never had a government. It's beginning to appear that we were already in the matrix. We were already eating the bugs and living in the pod. Go to work, go work 40 hours, work for 40 years. Here, take the gold watch when you get home, and then die in a couple years after that. We don't really care because we've wrung everything we possibly could wring out of that sponge called you. That sponge called you has been just wrung every drop out of you until you expire. That's not living. Now we know. Now we know without it. Why can't we have been living the lives these people have been living? I want to be flying all over the world in private jets. I want to, go wherever I want to and have somebody else pay for it. Actually, no, I don't want that. I want to go wherever I want to go, and I want to be able to pay for it myself. And I can do that if you just get your frickin' hands out of my pocket. I don't have any problem paying for defense, as long as we're not paying, $10,000 for a wrench. You've heard those stories probably for years and years. I never really knew that they were paying, $2,500 for a toilet. Is that real? And now we're finding out all of it's real. Mark Wayne Mullen did a video, and he held up a plastic bag full of nuts. Nuts. Bolts. And he goes, how much do you think this is? And the guy's like, I couldn't tell you, sir. There was like 100 bolts in there. He's like, well, I went to Home Depot, and this cost $11.75. I don't know the exact number, but about that. And he goes, I believe you, sir. You know how much the military paid for the same bag? And it was some crazy number, like $90,000. Seriously, it was like $90,000 that the military paid for a plastic bag of bolts. And so as they're going to be digging in the military, just imagine if they're finding these stories that we've heard about for years. The hammer that costs $900, the toilet bowl that costs, $2,500, all these things. We're going to find out these people have been living large, going to resorts and everything, and it's been a giant grift, and you paid for it because you were stupid enough to have a job. You should have just got a job with the government. Oh, that's right, you were white, so you couldn't. They're going to hire as many black people as possible. I'm looking at they're showing something with Letitia James responding to the lawsuit. That's all fodder. I'm not interested in that. These people need to go to jail. Crazy. How many took the buyout? As of right now, 75,000. If discovering fraudulent payments continues to keep up, we will have a federal surplus within a few years. Yep. A screwdriver for $50. It's insane what we've been finding. It's absolutely insane. And now they're in the IRS? Good luck with that. All right, it's 2:22. We've been waiting an hour 22 seconds for 22 minutes, waiting for President Trump to appear for a 1 o'clock press conference. I feel like Seinfeld at this point when he had the episode about the rental car. You know, you're good at taking the reservation, but you don't follow the reservation. You told us it was 1 o'clock and it's 1:22 now, and we're trying to figure out, actually, no, I'm wrong. It's 2:22 right now. Where you at? Luckily, I had some stuff planned. So let's continue with with what I had planned, because looks like we're going to need it, because he hasn't walked out there yet. Which he's entitled to, because he's the man. Let's go.
Now, our legal and political team to get some analysis of what's going on. And Jeff Zeleny, you're over at the White House. Are you getting reaction from the White House to this legal win for the Trump administration?
Well, talking to an official just before we came on the air, they say they are pleased with this ruling, which they are still reviewing. But this certainly flies in the face of what even the White House press secretary said earlier today, really blasting the judges writ large, calling them a judicial activist. But that is a reminder of each of these cases are decided differently. So, yes, this is a major case. And as Paula said, this would be the first win, the first big win for this White House. Of course, this is at the very center of Elon Musk's plan to reshape and resize the government. And the pause on that federal buyout program, if that is lifted, which is that's what the judge is saying, that means a central part of this can go forward. We saw the president signing that executive order next to Elon Musk yesterday, really putting more directives in. For every one person hired, 4 people have to be let go. The Musk team has to be at the center of all hiring. So, Wolf, this is a major development indeed. Again, one White House official saying they are pleased by this ruling, and they are still reviewing it tonight.
All right, stand by. I want to bring in our senior legal analyst, Ellie Honig, who's with us right now. Ellie, what was the legal basis for this decision?
So, Wolf, really important to understand, this legal decision has nothing to do with the actual constitutionality or propriety.
I want to give you an update. So the update is that President Trump is taking questions, so they haven't filmed it yet. See, here we go.
Meeting in Saudi Arabia, but it's too early to set that meeting just yet. Also saying the tariffs on automobiles are going to be looked at very, very soon. All of the action is still taking place in the back of that building that you're looking at right now, and we'll have that for you just as soon as the pool comes out. Stay with us.
All right, so we still don't have the videos. I saw some people putting in here, the video's out. No, the video is not out. I've got 4 different feeds scanning, and the video is not out as of yet. It's coming. I guess they're doing the entire thing in the back. Not going to do anything live. Yeah, somebody said this. Press conference is happening, but being taped. Trump taking questions per Fox. Yep, just so it's not going to be live, but we will have it. We'll have the entire thing, and then they'll probably do the swearing in live. I'm not sure why he's doing things this way. I'm not sure why they just don't do the entire thing live. From a production standpoint, you know that they have the ability to produce it live. They have the ability to carry it directly with a feed and just put it out there on the whitehouse.gov or anywhere else. They're choosing not to do these things live. They don't seem edited when we get them, so it's not like somebody messed up or said something. But maybe just in case things don't go the way they want to, they want to have the ability to cut it. But, you know, there's all kinds of press there. They would say, oh, they cut that. They edited it. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure why they're doing it, these things on tape delays at this point. But as of right now, nobody has it anywhere. It's not out, the actual press conference. So we're going to see it. It'll be out in a second. By the time they get to wherever they get to and they hit the button and release it to everybody, then everybody will have it. Then it will be played in its entirety. You won't miss anything, I promise. All right, that being said, let's continue with CNN there.
The proprietariness of the actual buyout plan. Instead, this judge declined to put it on hold because of sort of technical reasons. First of all, the judge said the parties that brought the lawsuits here do not have standing. The party that brought the lawsuit here was a labor union representing federal employees. They said you don't have enough of a direct stake as a labor union in this dispute. And then the second problem the judge pointed out is jurisdictional. The judge basically said there is a specific statutory regime here relating to federal labor relations that tells you how you have to proceed if you have this kind of complaint as a federal employee. You cannot actually come into the federal district court. So those are the judges finding. Wolf, I think it's important to note, this judge is a federal district court judge in Massachusetts. He's actually an appointee of Bill Clinton from the 1990s.
Interesting.
You know what's interesting, Wolf? Here's what's interesting. What's interesting is you don't spend this kind of in-depth dissection when it's a judge that, you know, who does what you want. Because saying that the union doesn't have standing, which I firmly believe they don't, because they're not the ones who are taking the deal. If I offer you a deal, your union can't say you shouldn't be allowed to take the deal. And I'm pretty sure the employee is like, well, you're going to give me, I don't know, $50, $60, $70, $100,000 and tell me to go away? You're going to give it to me up front? Yeah. Oh, I'm all about that. I'll take that deal. And the union is the one saying, no, that's a bad deal. Let us negotiate. And the judge came back and said, you don't have standing to get between that deal. Well, at the same time, they didn't make a big deal about the standing of the other courts. Like, for instance, the one that said Trump even had to take a website down. How the hell do you have standing for that? How do you have standing from saying, hey, listen, we know positively that some of this money is being fraudulently dispersed, and we know it's going to terrorists, and you as a court are telling us we have to keep the money flowing even if we know it's fraudulent. Good luck with that. Seriously.
Our legal analyst, Elliot Williams, a former federal prosecutor, is also joining us right now. Elliot, so what?
All this pearl clutching, all this fake outrage, and it's not going to work because the numbers are phenomenal. Donald Trump, his approval rating's been up over the last week, 3 points.
So this is Mark Mitchell, who you've seen on our show. This was him on another person's show, and he's underscoring what I've been telling you, that the strength of Donald Trump right now is not the train that these people want to get in front of. The Democrats, go ahead and lay down and get run over. We don't care. But other than Mitch McConnell, we're not seeing the Republicans get in front of that train. They know at this point their political future, their political lives are based on their ability to move forward. Because if they don't do what Trump wants to, they're going to be out of jobs. So there's two things that the Republicans have to be very concerned with. One, don't buck Trump. Don't get out there and try to be out in front and say that Donald Trump is this or that or MAGA's. Shut up. Don't do it. And number two, pray. Because if your name is tied to one of these NGOs, we can't save you. We don't want to save you. If you've been stealing and you've been grabbing this cash from the American people under the guise of working with some nonprofit in East Afghanistan, you're going down. There's no one who's going to save you. Lindsey Graham, we've already seen there's $130 million that went to one of your NGOs. Maybe that's why Lindsey's being very, very quiet at this point. But anyway, let's listen to Mark talk about what's going on. Hold on. Let me just make sure I'm looking at this. They're just talking about Trump is going to greet the Prime Minister of India, who I believe is a really good friend of Tulsi Gabbard. So she probably might be there. But let's listen to Mark Mitchell.
53%. Fewer people strongly disapprove of Donald Trump than they did in January of 2017. So everything they threw at this guy didn't work. And then people have also been, he's Teflon Don. We've thrown everything at him. It doesn't stick. So let's go after Elon Musk. But we pulled on Elon Musk, and he has a 52% favorable rating, 31% very. So he's net +6, and Trump's net +8 right now. And so he's just as favorable as Trump is. And then we also said, do you approve or disapprove of Elon Musk being in charge of the Department of Government Efficiency, which is cutting government waste? And we get 55% approval. And then, how important is it to reduce waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government? And these numbers are all from just a few days ago. So these are people who are watching what is happening.
Why is everyone telling me to look at my phone? I'm looking. I got my phone right here. Barry, look at your phone. I'm looking at my phone. What am I looking at? Everyone's screaming, looking at my phone. Looking at my phone. What y'all want? What's going on with my phone? My phone's right here. What's going on with it? Oh. Are you just telling me to go ahead? You want slow mode that bad? You want slow mode that bad that I had to stop the show and go put it on slow mode? Oh my God! Oh my goodness! You people's driving me crazy. Hold on, let me put it on slow mode. Oh, SV, you got the people to respond. Okay, it's on slow mode. Even Robin texted me, hey, why are people make you look at your phone? Is it gonna blow up? I got it, SV. It's right here, so we're all good. That's too much. All right, let's continue with what Mark had to say. Well, thank you. Thank you for telling me to look at SV's text. SV, you got a lot of people who let's just keep going.
Watching this major hatchet fall on Washington, 86% say important, 66% vary, including 82% of Democrats who say important. So this is the new normal. Wow. And I guess we'll see what's going to happen with this debt ceiling. But my advice to Republicans, my advice to Congress is you're not just going to want to put your same kind of massive, like 3,000-page bill out there. You're going to get blasted in the face. And everybody's going to know that you were taking money from USAID, just like these press outlets. It is a new normal, and politicians are not ready for it.
Trump wants. No, they are not ready for it. So what you're going to see as a result of Doge, just so you can, put your hat on and get ready for it, roll up your sleeves and understand what's coming. It's not just the money. The money is the big part of this. The money and understanding at this point that they found so much grift, they found so much waste, so much corruption. They've exposed it. They've told us. We're looking. Some investigative people on X, they're digging and they're checking out, and Data Republican is putting all kinds of charts out there. Okay, here we go. Is this live here? No, that's before. Okay, we're all looking. Everybody's looking. There is no longer clandestine government, which is going to change the way our government works moving forward. At this point, you better disclose every single thing that you do. You want to put a highway in some area and you want a certain amount of money allocated, you better have a different kind of allocation bill, because everybody is going to see everything at this point. Remember, Doge isn't going to be an ongoing part of government. Doge is going to dissolve in 2026. So the entire, I wouldn't say message, the entire order that Doge has right now is to go find the money. By finding the money and finding corruption, it is going to force a completely new government. Finally. And many people have said it for so long. A government by the people, for the people. And it hasn't been that for years. Now it's truly going to be moving back to a government by the people and for the people. Because now you and me, on X, on YouTube, on Rumble, we are now going to steer government. We weren't able to do that for a long time. And I think, pretty sure, they saw it coming. Which is why the censorship became so strong. We need to make sure we shut these people up. Well, they didn't know what this Facebook thing was going to be. And if they did, they didn't think it would get away from people. And then this Twitter thing. Oh, it's just a toy. I remember talking to people in business. Oh, it's just a toy. It's just for the kids. And now this thing has exploded. And there's just all kinds of people watching. And not just watching, actually involved. your government, the way you knew it 2 or 3 months ago, doesn't exist anymore. And it's because of you. And it has to continue this way because now we finally have the flippin' town square that we always wanted. Now we have the ability to get on that soapbox and I don't like this. I don't want to see this happen. And then if I get enough people who also agree to scream, I don't like this, it won't happen. That is a completely different mode of government than I'd say in my lifetime. You now have the ability. I am not taking this anymore. You're not going to make me take it. I don't know what's in it, and I want to sue you for making me take it, for making me leave my job. Think how many different aspects of society right now you no longer have to just sit and accept. It's as simple as if you go to a restaurant and you feel like the food you ate was crap. You can let everybody know. Ashley and the kids are coming down here, and we're talking about going and renting a Verbo right on the ocean. So the kids can go right into the beach and everything else, blah, blah, blah. Have a great time. And what's the first thing Robin does and I do? Is we look at the reviews. Then you look at the dates of the reviews to see what's most, relevant. And if you see people going, it sucked, sheets were dirty, different things. Now you're like, I don't want to spend my money there. I don't want to do it. Well, it's the same thing with your government at this point. I'm going to put the sound on here so that if SV texts me again, I can get to it. You now have this, you can do a review on your government all the way down to the local level. And now people can see it. Now it won't be suppressed. Now people, as you go, as you move forward, I'm looking at text that SV sent me, you don't have to wonder, am I just spitting into the ether? Is anybody going to see? Now you have the opportunity, especially if the 230 rules and regulations mean they have to stop. They have to stop doing it. Then you have that power now. So understand, government as you know it is no more. It is completely different. I never thought I would get in a position where I would have 340,000 people watching, or 100,000 people watching a video, or 50-something thousand. I on Twitter. I didn't know. There's responsibility that comes along with that, but at the same time, you can start developing your own little megaphone wherever you are and turn it into a big-ass megaphone. And that's what I keep trying to promote is like, get in the game, begin listening. When I play some of these videos and people are like, I don't even want to hear that person. No, you need to, because now you need to understand what you need to say when you're hearing this stuff. They're still waiting. They're updating tapes that they're saying, so nothing as of yet on all the feeds. Barry can't hear what he's saying. Who's saying? Barry. Sometimes maybe these things are in the back. I'm not really sure. But Donald Trump, I hate when I say Trump. I want to make sure I give that man his props that he has deservedly earned. Dropped a huge, long truth today. So I'm and actually right now, so instead of it coming out and doing it right, he's already dropped the truth about it. So let's take a look at that, and I'm watching the screen in case he jumps up there. On trade, I have decided for the purposes of fairness that I will charge a reciprocal tariff, meaning whatever countries charge the United States of America, we will charge them. No more, no less. For the purposes of this United States policy, we will consider countries that use the VAT system, which is far more punitive than a tariff, to be similar to that of a tariff. Sending merchandise, product, or anything by any other name through another country for purposes of unfairly harming America will not be accepted. In addition, we will make provision for subsidies provided by countries in order to take economic advantage of the United States. Likewise, provisions will be made for non-monetary tariffs and trade barriers that some countries charge in order to keep our product out of their domain, or if they do, not even let the United States carry it. Business operate. We are able to accurately determine the cost of these non-monetary trade barriers. It is fair to all. No other country can complain, and in some cases, if a country feels that the United States would be getting too high of a tariff, all they have to do is reduce or terminate their tariff against us. There are no tariffs if you manufacture or build your product in the United States. So that is a long-winded, I'm sorry to say it's long-winded, how about long technical explanation of what's going, and you could have just said this right there. That's all you have to read. That's all you have to focus on when you go shopping. The media will look at all this other stuff and say it's a tax. There are no tariffs if you manufacture or build your product in the United States. So all you countries out there that think you're going to siphon off of Americans, it is going to cost you more, and your product is going to cost Americans more. So if you think that you can continue doing the business the way you've been doing it, where you expect Americans to pay your freight, because the store's going to have to raise their price, and so at that point they expect Americans to pay. Well then, good luck. Good luck. We're going to charge you what you charge us. If we can't sell XYZ into Italy, guess what? You're going to have to pay to sell your product into America. If Italy or France wants to sell wine into America, well, if you're charging us to sell, California vineyard stuff into France, then we're going to charge you a tariff here. So what do? Well, what you could do is buy a vineyard in some state and make your wine here, make your tires here, make your XYZ here, employ Americans, make the product, and there won't be a problem. See, the long run part of this is what Charles was saying earlier, is the short term is because we get the toll booth first. That's the first thing that happens. It's easy to build the toll booth. In order to not have to go through the toll booth, you need to have another road. And that other road is basically leading to a United States factory or store or whatever. And if you have this other road, then people won't have to go through the toll booth. They can just go around and everything is fine. But right now, you have made us construct a toll booth. That's what that stuff beforehand is saying. So you as a consumer, you're like, I don't understand all this, Barry. Don't buy the stuff that's not made in America. That's it. And he's basically telling the other countries, don't expect people in America to absorb this thing. And that's what the media is going to go. It's a tax on you. Oh, your whatever just got more expensive. No, it didn't. I ain't buying it. I'm going to go buy what's made in America. And so all of a sudden, now you're going to see companies from everything from appliances to shirts, clothing. Man, hey, where's it made? Oh, it's made in Vietnam. Nope. I need to find a company that makes the stuff in America. Because if you make in America, there's no reason to raise your price. In fact, you may want to lower your price, because if it costs $25 for a t-shirt coming from, someplace over there versus $14 from a place here in America, I'm going to buy this one. For many years, the U.S. has been treated unfairly by other countries, both friend and foe. This system will immediately bring fairness and prosperity back into previously complex and unfair system of trade. I love these terms, fairness and prosperity. And here we go.
The jobs will go up tremendously. We're going to have great jobs for everybody. This is something that should have been done many years ago. China did it. I mean, China did it at a level that probably nobody's ever seen before. If you manufactured a car, you couldn't send it into China. The tariff was so high. So everybody went and they built in China. It was no big secret. So we're going to see, but it's going to mean tremendous amounts of jobs. And ultimately, prices will stay the same, go down. But we're going to have a very dynamic country.
But if prices go up, Mr. President, because of these tariffs, who do you think voters should hold responsible?
Oh, I think what's going to go up is jobs are going to go up, and prices could go up somewhat short term, but prices will also go down. And I think the farmers are going to be helped by this very much because product is being dumped into our country, and our farmers are getting hurt very badly by the last administration. The last administration hated our farmers, like at a level that I've never seen before. I think our farmers are going to be helped. Jobs are going to be helped, but our farmers are going to be helped. Our manufacturers are going to be helped. And again, if somebody wants to come in, including the car companies, if they want to come in and build car plants, they'll do it without tariffs, and therefore prices won't go up. There could be some short-term disturbance, but long-term, it's gonna make our country a fortune.
So Americans should prepare for some short-term pain.
No, you said that. I didn't say that.
Well, if the prices go up.
Let's see what happens. Nobody really knows what is going to happen other than we know that jobs are going to be produced at levels that we haven't seen before. We know that we think interest rates are going to ultimately be coming down because of things that happen, and they go hand in hand with the tariffs. But we think that the prices for some things, many things, it could be all things, will go down. Ultimately, will go down.
Mr. President, can you explain the timeline here, sir? There's a period of time for a review, a report, 180 days. Sure. What's the earliest date that you think tariffs will actually be implemented in next?
Well, I would say maybe I'll ask Howard to answer that because he's going to be the one that's implementing. What do you think?
Our studies should be all complete by April 1st. So we'll hand the president the opportunity to start on April 2nd if he wants. So I think we'll be ready to go on April 1st, and we'll hand it to the president, and he'll make his decisions. But remember, if they drop their tariffs, prices for Americans are coming down. Our production's going up, and our costs are going down. Remember, it's a two-way street. That's why it's called reciprocal.
And have you spoken to any American CEOs directly about this? Are they calling you and asking for
I've spoken to many, and many love it. And they say this is going to be the thing that makes our country really prosperous again. And this is going to be what pays down to $36 trillion in debt and all the other things. And this is going to be, this is an amazing day. I think this is going to be a very big day and in a very positive way for our country. Yes, please.
Mr. President, you've talked about the VAT and the EU before and your concerns with how the EU treats you. Do you have a number in mind on the European Union? Do you have an idea where that number is going to land?
Well, what they are now is they have a 20% VAT tax, which we're considering to be similar or the same as the tariff. Plus, they charge lots of fees, and they're doing something else. European Union's been very tough on our companies. They sued Apple, they sued Google, they sued Facebook, they sued many other companies, and they're American companies, and the kind of numbers are staggering. And the court system over there is not very good to our companies. If you know that Apple had to pay, I think, $16 billion in a penalty, a court case that was really shocking because most people thought they would have won that court case, people that watched it. So they've been very tough. Airlines have called me up and they said, could you help us with Europe because they're charging us so many different fees. I got a call from the head of American, United, and other airlines saying every time we land a plane, we get just absolutely killed by the European Union. And so they haven't been treated as good. We think the European Union is wonderful. We all love Europe, love the countries in Europe, but European Union has been absolutely brutal on trade. Canada's been very bad to us on trade, but now Canada is going to have to start paying up. And Canada's been tough on the military because they have a very low military cost. They think we're going to, protect them with our military, which is unfair. So Canada's going to be a very interesting situation because, we just don't need their product. And yet they survive off the fact that we do 95% of what they do. And Canada is just absolutely, I say it, and sometimes people smile and sometimes they say great idea, but Canada, their taxes would come down greatly, their security would go up greatly. Amazing things happen to Canada, and really Canada in this particular, why would we pay $200 billion a year in subsidies to Canada when they're not a state? You do that for a state, but you don't do that for somebody else's country. So I think Canada is going to be a very serious contender to be our 51st state.
Ongoing with Canada, there was obviously a delay in implementing those tariffs.
I spoke to Governor Trudeau on numerous occasions, and we'll see what happens. But it just sets up so good for them. Look, the people would pay much less tax than they're paying right now. They'd have perfect military protection. They don't have any military protection because and you take a look at what's going on out there. You have Russian ships, you have China ships, you have Chinese ships, you have a lot of ships out there, and people are in danger. This is a different world today. It's a different world. They need our protection. Yes.
You mentioned Elon Musk and the efforts that he's undertaking with your authority. You granted him new authority this week. Will he secure any new government contracts while he is working on Doge?
No, not if there's a conflict. If there's no conflict, I guess what difference does it make? But we won't let him do anything having to do with the conflict.
Are you personally checking to make sure there's no conflicts of interest?
Yeah, I am.
He answers to you.
Sure, he does. First of all, he wouldn't do it, and second of all, we're not going to let him do anything where there's a conflict of interest.
Mr. President, your negotiations with the EU there's discussions ongoing already. How quickly do you expect that you'll hear back from them about any of these other measures?
I can't tell you. Yeah, the EU's been very nasty. It's just been. They haven't treated us properly. Look, we were great to them on NATO. Essentially, it's a similar group of countries. When I came in, my first term, I raised their fees. I mean, they were not paying. We were paying for, in my opinion, almost all of NATO. And now, I had the bad moment with the press where the press said, well, does this mean you won't protect them? And I said, I won't protect them if they're not paying. But because I said that, the Secretary General, as you know, said it was the greatest thing he's ever seen because the money came pouring in. But they don't treat us right on trade. They don't treat us right on the military either. I mean, if you look at Ukraine, we're in for probably $200 billion more than Europe. Why are we in for more than Europe? We're in for more than Europe. I mean, think of it, or NATO. I mean, let's call it NATO because Canada's in. By the way, Canada is just about the lowest payer. Also, they shouldn't be. They are just about the lowest payer in NATO, in addition to everything else. So Canada's really been taken advantage of. And if they had to pay just something modestly fair, they wouldn't be able to succeed as a country. And that's why I feel they have to become a state. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is it your expectation that partners will offer major concessions and that you actually don't end up applying those tariffs?
No, I think that a lot of them will stay the same, and whatever they pay, I'll pay. I mean, we'll have a lot of them stay the same. I think some. Look, I heard as an example, EU lowered their tax on cars down to the exact same amount that they were much higher. They were approximately 5 times higher, and they lowered them down to the exact tax that we're charging. That took place like yesterday or the day before. Is that a correct statement? I think so, yeah.
Do you expect any exemptions or waivers?
I don't expect that, no. This is a simple system. I mean, there wouldn't be any. And in the case of Apple, I gave them a waiver, an exemption, in my first term because Samsung was in South Korea and Samsung didn't have to pay the tax because it was a tax on China, and Apple makes a lot of their product in China. So I did that because it wouldn't have been fair. But now this applies to everybody across the board. This is a much simpler way of doing it, much better way.
Did you had that major call yesterday with President Putin of Russia. President Zelensky responded today basically saying any agreements they won't accept unless they're made with Ukraine. Will Ukraine have a seat at that table for those negotiations?
Of course they would. I mean, they're part of it. We would have Ukraine, we would have Russia, and we'll have other people involved too. A lot of people, a lot of forks in the a lot of forks in this game. I'll tell you what, this is a very interesting situation, but the Ukraine war has to end. The young people are being killed at levels that nobody's seen since World War II, and it's a ridiculous war, and it has to end. We had a good talk with President Putin. I had a good talk with President Zelensky, very good talk. And somebody said, oh, I should have called Zelensky first. I don't think so. I mean, we have to find out whether or not Russia wants to make a deal. I know that Zelensky wants to make a deal because he told me that. But I now know that Russia wants to make a deal.
Did you ask Secretary Hegseth to walk back his comments yesterday saying Ukraine won't join NATO and won't go back to pre-2014 borders because those are bargaining chips you could use?
No, I didn't. Somebody told me to, but I thought his comments were good yesterday, and they're probably good today. They're a little bit softer, perhaps, but I thought his comments from yesterday. I thought his comments yesterday were pretty accurate. I don't see any way that a country in Russia's position could allow them, just in their position, could allow them to join NATO. I don't see that happening. And long before President Putin, Russia was very strong on the fact that I believe that's the reason the war started. Because Biden went out and said that they could join NATO, and he shouldn't have said that. As soon as he said that, I said, you know what? You're going to have a war now, and I was right about that. This is a war that would have never happened if I were president.
But you don't think it's President Biden's fault, not President Putin? I mean, he's the one.
I think Biden is incompetent, and I think when he said that they could join NATO, I thought that was a very stupid thing to say. I thought when he said, well, it depends if it's a minor incursion. In other words, it's okay if Russia does a minor incursion. I thought that was a very foolish thing to say.
The
other thing that got it started was how badly Milley and these stupid people, these bad generals, how badly they did with Afghanistan. I was going to pull out, but we were pulling out with dignity and strength, and we were going to take our equipment with us and everything else. They are... I mean, what they're doing is what they did with that. I think Putin looked at that mess and he said, wow, this is a great time. I'm going to go in. But what the Americans said, I'm not blaming Americans, but I will say what they said had a big influence on his deciding to go in. Yeah.
When Elon Musk met with Prime Minister Modi earlier today, did he do so as an American CEO or did he do so as a representative of the U.S. government?
Are you talking about me?
No, Elon Musk.
Elon, I don't know. They met. And I assume he wants to do business in India. But India is a very hard place to do business in because of the tariffs. They have the highest tariffs just about in the world, and it's a hard place to do business. No, I would imagine he met possibly because, he's running a company. He's doing this as something that he's felt strongly about for a long time because he sees what's happening, and he sees how the country is really being hurt badly by all of the fraud, waste, and abuse. Yeah.
So how does Modi know whether he's meeting with a CEO or meeting with a representative of your government?
Well, he's meeting with me in a little while, so I'm going to ask him that question. All right? I'll ask him that question. Yeah.
On auto tariffs, what should we expect, sir? You mentioned obviously steel and aluminum and pharmaceuticals. What are you thinking about auto tariffs? You haven't talked about that much.
I think autos are coming soon. I think they're all coming more or less at the same time. And it's not going to be a big shock to the system. But what it's going to do is it's going to bring pharmaceuticals back to our country. Much more important than the money. It's a lot of money, but it's going to bring pharmaceuticals back to our country. It's going to bring chips back to our country. It's going to bring automobile. We're going to do a lot more automobile manufacturing in our country. When I did this, when I announced this during the campaign, they were going to build the largest car plant in the world in Mexico. It was almost under construction. It was just starting. And when they heard me make that statement, and they thought I was going to win the election, actually, it was a few months before the election itself, China was building the car plant. It was going to be the largest in the world. They immediately stopped construction. You can see the foundations there. They immediately stopped. When they heard I was doing this, that would have destroyed Detroit. It would have destroyed Michigan. This plant would have taken up more than almost the whole state built. And it would have been very destructive. When they heard me speak, and they said, wow, if he gets in, we're gonna lose our shirt. So they stopped building. That's the impact that tariffs have. Again, I say it, and I say it loudly. It's the most beautiful word, but now I say religion, love, and a couple of other things are more beautiful because I got in a lot of problem with the fake news when they said other things are more important. God is more important. But these are the words. But I would say it's number 4 or 5. To me, it's the most beautiful. And I'll tell you what, I think really reciprocal tariffs, those 2 words, reciprocal makes tariffs really fair.
There'd be no exemptions, right? It would be all auto imports?
Any exemptions, no, because you don't need to. With reciprocal, you don't need to.
Mr. President, Gavin Clegg just arrived at the IRS.
Fox Radio. Do you have a update on the TikTok negotiations?
Yeah, we have a lot of people.
Timeline's running out, isn't it?
Well, I have 90 days from about 2 weeks ago, right? And I'm sure it can be extended, but let's see. I don't think you'll need to. We have a lot of people interested in TikTok, and I hope to be able to make a deal. I think it would be good. You know, people have learned it's very popular, and we'll have to probably get approval from China to do it. But we have a lot of people that are interested, and a lot of people, I think China will be interested because it's to their benefit too. So I look forward to that. But we have a lot of people that are interested in TikTok, quite a few.
Mr. President, Doge workers arrived today, Gavin Clegg and others arrived today at the IRS. Do you expect to close the IRS, or what are you expecting?
No, I don't expect it, but I think that the Internal Revenue Service will be looked at like everybody else. Just about everybody's going to be looked at. So it's they're doing a hell of a job. It's an amazing job they're doing. And you know, that force is building. I call it the force of super geniuses, but it's building. And you know, they go up and they talk to some of the people about certain deals, and the people get all tongue-tied. They can't talk because these people get it. They're very smart people. We need smart people. Yes, Brian?
On tariffs, sir.
Yeah, Brian?
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I know that during the campaign, it was huge in Pennsylvania as far as bringing back manufacturing. Have we talked to any CEOs since the tariffs were announced on steel and aluminum? What's the feedback from those?
They are in love with it. As you know, in Pennsylvania, U.S. Steel is through the roof. They're all through the roof. That's why I didn't want U.S. Steel to make a deal with Japan or anybody else. I think it's going to do great. But I think maybe more than anybody else, the steel companies and aluminum companies, they're in love with what's happened. And this will eventually be the car companies and chip companies. We have to have chips made in this country. Right now, everything's made in Taiwan practically, almost all of it, a little bit in South Korea. But everything, almost all of it is made in Taiwan. And we want it to be made. We want those companies to come to our country in all due respect. You know, they took the business away. Taiwan took our chip business away. We had Intel, we had these great companies that did so well, and it was taken from us, and we want that business back. We want it back in the United States. And if they don't bring it back, we're not going to be very happy.
And you mentioned pharmaceuticals as well in China. That's national security to bring that back.
Yeah, China and other places. We want to get the pharmaceutical and drug business back into the United States, where it should be. Right?
Sir, on tariffs, are you concerned that the countries that would be most affected, like India, would just shift their trading to China?
No, I'm not concerned about anything, really. I mean, I'm just doing what's fair. This is a very fair thing. This should have been done a long time ago. I would have done it, but then COVID hit. I was getting ready to do this years ago, and first time we had the most successful economy in history, and then COVID hit, and this was going to be the thing that I was most waiting to do, but it was awfully hard to do this with Italy and France and Spain, and all those people were dying, and then we put tariffs on. See, I have a big heart.
Sir, on Ukraine, when Putin says that he really wants peace, do you believe him?
Yeah, I do. I believe he wants peace. I believe that President Putin, when I spoke to him yesterday, I mean, I know him very well. Yeah, I think he wants peace. I think he would tell me if he didn't. I'd like to see peace.
Do you trust President Putin?
I believe that, I believe that he would like to see something happen. I trust him on this subject. I think he'd like to see something happen. I think it could have happened a long time ago. I think Biden, number one, it shouldn't have started, but it did. And now all those cities are knocked down, like demolition sites. All those beautiful golden towers are knocked down. There's nothing going to replace them. But much more importantly, you lost millions of people. A lot of soldiers, but you lost millions of people. When they knocked down those cities, and they're all laying down on the side, they're laying down just in ashes and all crumbled up concrete. They literally look like a world-class demolition site. And many of them, almost all of them, but many of them, and this should have been done by Biden years ago. This should have never been allowed to happen. I know he's a friend of yours.
But couldn't Putin just withdraw his
He's a friend of
troops today?
CNN. That's why nobody watches CNN anymore, because they have no credibility. Okay, who else? Yes, please.
Sir, if you can find a buyer in the United States for TikTok, do you think Xi Jinping will authorize the sale of it, or will
I'm going to make it worthwhile for China to do it. I think so. I mean, I got to know TikTok because during the election, I ended up with 36% higher than my opponent with youth. Okay, that never happened before. I mean, that's always been a Democrat thing, youth. It became a Trump thing. And I think TikTok, I think Joe Rogan was a part of it. Some of the great people that I did interviews with were a part of it. But I think that TikTok was I think it was a big part. Look, as you know, we were up by 36% with youth. The Republican was never up with youth. And I focused on TikTok, and I found it to be amazing, actually, and very fair. And I think the image of TikTok is different than it was before the election. I think people saw it, and they view it as a positive, not a negative. I think it'll be to China's advantage to have the deal be made, yeah.
How much money do you think you'll raise from tariffs on an annual basis?
That's the most interesting question. I think it'll be a staggering amount. It will be the external, I call it the External Revenue Service. That was a name that was devised by a few of us, but I think it's going to be a staggering amount.
We've heard the number 1 trillion floated in meetings with senators. Is that a number you thought of?
I don't know, but already the Senate's saying, well, wait a minute, they're looking at some of the numbers and they're saying, whoa, look, we want to, I say America first, I say make America great again. That's what we're doing. I think it's the most important thing I've signed. I've signed some very important things. Right to try was so important. I mean, a lot of important things. Space Force, the biggest tax cuts in history. This could be one of the most important things that we've ever signed.
Do you expect the Russians and President Putin to attend the summit in Saudi Arabia?
Eventually, yeah. Not quite yet. It's a little early. They're having a meeting in Munich tomorrow. Russia is going to be there with our people. Ukraine is also invited, by the way. Not sure exactly who's going to be there from any country, but high-level people from Russia, from Ukraine, and from the United States.
Do you want to have Russia back to the G7, sir?
I'd love to have them back. I think it was a mistake to throw them out. Look, it's not a question of liking Russia or not liking Russia. It was the G8. And I said, what are you doing? You guys, all you talk about is Russia, and they should be sitting at the table. I think Putin would love to be back. Obama and a couple of other people made a mistake and they got Russia out. It's very possible that if that was the G8, you wouldn't have had the problem with Ukraine. And if I was president, you definitely wouldn't have had the problem with Ukraine. Russia would have never attacked Ukraine. But you ask a very good question, the G8. It used to be the G8 and then these people threw them out. And I was arguing with Trudeau and with numerous of the people. Actually, Prime Minister Abe, a great man from Japan, agreed with me 100%, and some of the others did too. But I got there, it was the G7, as you know. They had already been terminated. I think it would have been very helpful, and it still would be helpful to have Russia be a part of that mix. And I think if they were, I don't think you would have had the problem that you have right now.
Russia is part of the G20.
They kicked them out, of course, because they illegally annexed Crimea. I mean, how would you have responded if Russia invaded or took over?
They took Crimea during Obama.
2014.
They took, well, now they're looking to take the whole thing. Then they took a big chunk of land and people, as you know, during Bush. And now they're trying to take the whole thing during Biden. The only one that didn't give them anything is Trump. They never took anything with Trump, nothing, not 2 inches of property of land. But Crimea was Obama. And then Bush gave him a lot, if you remember. And then, in fact, it's a sort of a standard little phrase. And Biden's giving them everything because this is a war that shouldn't have been had. And the only one that didn't give him anything is Trump. It's just the way it is.
What's the message from Wall Street about these tariffs? So there's been some nervousness on Wall Street about the impact.
So, I mean, there hasn't been very much, and I think it's going to make the United States stronger, and in many ways it could make other countries stronger too. You know, other countries want to have a strong United States. They want to have a strong America, and I think it's going to make us very, very strong, much stronger. And we have a lot of work we're doing on the military. Our military already, I've authorized some contracts to be built that are very substantial. We're building the greatest equipment in the world. We have the greatest military equipment in the world. We're building it. At some point, when things settle down, I'm going to meet with China, and I'm going to meet with Russia in particular, those two. And I'm going to say, there's no reason for us to be spending almost $1 trillion on military. There's no reason for you to be spending $400 billion. China's going to be at 400 billion. We're at $1 trillion. We're going to be at close to $1 trillion. And I'm going to say, we can settle this on, we can spend this on other things. We don't have to spend this on military and I'm going to be meeting with China. You know, we were trying to de-escalate nuclear, and I was in a position where Russia had agreed and China had agreed we were going to start, and then we had a rigged election, so that never took place. But this one was too big to rig. We won by so much that it was too big to rig.
You want to do the China meeting in the United States, or would you travel to China for that?
For what?
A China meeting. Would you do that here?
I tell people all the time, you know, the question is who's going to have the first meeting, where are you going to, I say this to Putin, to President Xi, I say to everybody, never bothered me, you know, I'm willing to say I'll go first. It doesn't matter. It's the end result that counts. So it doesn't make any difference.
When do you want to have a conversation about global defense spending, you, China,
Well, I'd
Russia?
like to have that, as soon as things settle down, I'm going to have that conference, primarily with China and Russia, because those are the two that really are out there. And we're going to have them spend a lot less money, and we're going to spend a lot less money. And I know they're going to do it. They agreed to it. We were talking about denuclearing, and President Putin and I agreed that we were going to do it in a very big way. There's no reason for us to be building brand new nuclear weapons. We already have so many, you could destroy the world 50 times over, 100 times over. And here we are building new nuclear weapons, and they're building nuclear weapons, and China's building new nuclear weapons, and China's trying to catch up because, you know, they're very substantially behind, but within 5 or 6 years, they'll be even. And we're all spending a lot of money that we could be spending on other things that are actually, hopefully, much more productive. Hopefully, there'll never be a time when we need those weapons. If there's ever a time when we need nuclear weapons, like the kind of weapons that we're building and that Russia has and that China has to a lesser extent, but will have, that's going to be a very sad day. That's going to be probably oblivion.
Do you see that as separate conversations, or do you see one giant summit with you, Xi Jinping, and Vladimir Putin?
Yeah, I could see that. Let things calm down a little bit. You know, when I left, we had no Middle East problem. We had no Russia going into Ukraine. They never would have done it. Putin never would have done it. And I came back, and we got like the whole world is blowing up. So when we straighten it all out, then I want to have one of the first meetings I want to have is with President Xi of China, President Putin of Russia. And I want to say, let's cut our military budget in half. And we can do that. And I think we'll be able to do it.
If Elon Musk identifies wasteful spending in the Defense Department, defense contractors and the like, are you willing to go after that spending as well?
We have to go waste, fraud, and abuse. Yeah, and we're doing that.
Could we, I'm just wondering about your conversations on defense spending. Would you want to do that as a trilateral, or would you use the existing body that also already includes China and Russia, the G20?
No, it's the people. It's President Putin, President Xi. I don't need bodies. I don't need anything. It's people. It's all about people. It's about relationship and people. And, you know, I've had a good relationship with President Putin. I've had a good relationship with President Xi. It's about people. And I think when things straighten out, which I hope will be in the not too distant future, the meeting I want to have first is a meeting with China and a meeting with Russia on slowing down, stopping, and reducing nuclear weapons in particular, and also on not having to spend the kind of money we're all spending on weapons, military weapons generally.
I think my question is, would you have those meetings separately with each of those leaders, or would you try to bring them all together?
Both. you start off separately, and that's what was happening. I was dealing with President Putin. We had really an understanding where we were going to denuclearize. What a beautiful term that is, right? Denuclearize. What a great thing if we could do that. And we were going to, he really liked the idea, and so did I. And we had then called China, and China was very open to it. And then COVID hit, and then we had a rigged election. But now there was no rigged election. Now we have an election that was too big to rig. That's what my whole theme was, too big to rig. And they tried, but they didn't pull it off.
Sir, as part of the reciprocal tariffs, would you also direct agencies to study the impact they would have on prices in the U.S.?
No, there's nothing to study. There's nothing to study. It's going to go well. The United States is going to become a very, very strong economically country. Yeah.
Mr. President, in the past you have spoken against BRICS. India is part of BRICS. Do you want to dismantle BRICS, or you want to? US want to be part of?
I don't care. But BRICS was put there for a bad purpose, and most of those people don't want it. They don't even want to talk about it now. They're afraid to talk about it because I told them if they want to play games with the dollar, then they're going to be hit with a 100% tariff the day they mention that they want to do it. And they will come back and say, we beg you not to do this. BRICS is dead since I mentioned that. BRICS died the minute I mentioned that. And I remember when Obama and Biden in particular, I guess he said that, they have us over a barrel. They don't have us over a barrel. We have them over a barrel. If BRICS wants to play games, those countries won't trade with us. We won't trade with them. And if any trading gets through, it'll be 100% tariff at least.
On your cabinet,
You know what? When they hear that, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to say, look what happened to BRICS. They didn't want to talk about it. They don't even want to admit that they were a member of BRICS. That's what's happened.
On your cabinet, sir, we saw Robert F. Kennedy Jr. get confirmed. He's going to come in here and be sworn in. Mitch McConnell has now voted against several of your nominees. He voted against Rfkjr. Jr. as the next health secretary, citing conspiracy theories. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I feel sorry for Mitch. And I was one of the people that he wanted to go to the end, and he wanted to stay leader. He's not equipped mentally. He wasn't equipped 10 years ago mentally, in my opinion. He'd let the Republican Party go to hell. If I didn't come along, the Republican Party wouldn't even exist right now. Mitch McConnell never really had it. He had an ability to raise money because of his position as leader, which anybody could do. You could do it even, and that's saying a lot. But the fact is that he raised money and he gave a lot of money to senators. And so he had a little loyalty based on the fact that as leader, you could raise a lot of money. Senators would call me and they say, he wants to give me 20, 25 million. Can I take it? I'd say, take the money. But he engendered a certain amount of, I don't even call it loyalty. He, was able to get votes. But I was the one.
All right, a lot there. The External Revenue Service, tariffs. He says anyone who's a member of BRICS wishes they weren't now. It's obviously a trade organization of countries that did not include the United States. We are going to squeeze in a quick break here, and then we're going to come back with Brian Brenberg and Dagan McDowell and get their reaction to this wide-ranging news conference from the White House. We'll be right back.
He had polio.
Are you doubting that he had polio?
I have no idea if he had polio. All I can say about him.
Yeah, one more, Antoine. With USPS
he voted against Bobby. He votes against almost everything now. He's a very bitter guy, and we have a very strong party, and he's almost not even really a very powerful member. I'd say he's not he's lost his power, and it's affected his vote. And it's one of those things. But in the meantime, Bobby did great, got more votes than anybody thought. And I think he's going to do phenomenally in that position. And everybody else likewise did well. Not only well, they got more votes than anybody thought. Tulsi, look at how she did. She did great. Marco got 99 votes. How about that? And Marco got 99 votes. And Marco, by the way, I have to tell you, Marco Rubio's done a fantastic job. He's been a great Secretary of State. They're all doing great. But we're going to have a swearing in today, and maybe we're going to have a second one because I hear we have a couple of them coming up. And the man behind me is doing a fantastic job, Secretary of Commerce. And I think you're going to see something very big come from from today's signing. This is going to be a very important signing. Okay.
On U.S. Steel, sir, can I ask very quickly? You said you'd meet with the head of that company and the Japanese company.
U.S. Steel is going to be here, and a lot of the steel companies are coming. I think steel companies, they love what's happening to them. We saved it. If I didn't do the tariffs from my first term, you wouldn't have one steel company here. You wouldn't have one steel. There wouldn't be a steel company alive in the United States. And right now, they're going to be thriving. They're doing very well, but they're going to be thriving. They're going to be coming out. People are going to want to buy those steel companies like crazy.
Are you still planning to mediate talks between Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel?
Yeah, I don't know. I think U.S. Steel right now has all the power. The tariffs have given U.S. Steel a new lease on life. Okay? Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go.
President Trump remarks inside of the Oval Office having that news conference setting. So we saw the playback.
Okay, so I don't know if they're going to show the swearing in. That's very weird. I cannot believe Fox bailed on it. I've got RSBN as well, and they're not showing the swearing in ceremony either. So I guess that's all they're going to show. We'll wait. I'll wait and go over some of these things that I found. Okay. Let's see here. RSBN is showing the swearing in separately here.
But it looks like we are going to have the playback coming here of RFK Jr. His family is also in the Oval Office. Again, this happened just moments ago, and we want to play that for you right now. All right, it looks like they are still queuing that
all right,
up there.
They're trying to get the feed running. As soon as they get the feed running, I'll take over it. They're scrubbing it. They're trying to get it in order. Live television, that's the kind of stuff that happens. I'm glad RSBN is carrying it. Fox bailed on it, completely just said to hell with it. Very weird that they bailed on it. Man, that sucks. Couple things from that press conference, besides the fact of I cannot stand Caitlin Collins. Caitlin Collins, you're a piece of crap. In any event, they mentioned the conflict of interest potential with Elon Musk and Doge doing all the things they're doing. But what's very interesting, only one person, and actually it wasn't even a question about the money, it was about the IRS involvement. Other than that one question about digging into the IRS, there wasn't a single, not one question in the entirety of all that press going back and forth. Nobody asked a single question about the numbers. Nobody asked about the $50 billion from the EPA. Nobody asked anything. Our media sucks so bad. They are the worst. Excuse me. I cannot believe the biggest story in American history and the media is burying it. They are absolutely burying it. They have been obviously given their orders. You are not going to hear anything about what's going on with Doge and the numbers because they're covering it up. They've been told, do not cover this. For whatever reason, they're not going to talk about the numbers whatsoever. It is not something that they have any plan on letting the American people know what's going on. So that means it's up to you. It's up to you. It's up to me. We have got to let everybody know what the hell is going on, and we have to continue to let people know what's going on. This is absurd. This is absolutely absurd. It's a travesty for the media not to be covering this. I watched 2 press conferences now, and they don't ever bring up the number. It's like it doesn't exist. So that tells you, without any equivocation, these people are lying to you. You've known they've been lying to you, but now you know they're lying with malice. They are lying with malice of forethought. They know that they are lying to you. Now you know that they're lying to you, and they don't care that you know that they're lying. They're pushing one agenda, and that's to cover everything that's been happening with the Democrats, which tells you something, including Fox. That tells you, once they start digging in, they're all being paid. It's not a matter of one or this one or that one. They are all being paid. There's no way anybody, when you've got a story much bigger than Woodward or Bernstein would ever hope to have, those were the guys who broke Watergate. This story is the complete fraud of America, with potentially trillions of dollars being stolen. And they won't say a word. And the only reason they won't say a word is you have to know at this point, you got to be in on it. We haven't heard it yet, but I'm waiting to hear how much money did CNN get? How much money did MSNBC? How much money did Fox get? It's coming. It is obviously coming. I can't wait to be able to tell you that. You'll hear it yourself. But at this point, you can probably be quite confident. You can probably take it to the bank at this point that the media has been stealing your money as well. Brett Baer, Sean Hannity, all of you, you know it's happening. At this point, I can't look the other way from you. I just watched you bail on a press conference from the President of the United States. Oh, well, we're going to take a break now, and we'll come back with our panel to discuss. Why did you break to a panel? The President was still speaking. Y'all know. You definitely know at this point that these people are dirty. Real frickin' dirty. Sick of it. Man, yes, people, even Fox. The head at Fox is sick. They're all posturing as though they're a conservative network. Nobody, and I'm being hard on Sean, and I'm being hard on what's the lady, Laura Ingraham, and some of these people on the Five, Greg Gutfeld. I know you guys want to talk, and you say it on your individual shows, but the news part, the part that runs until about, 5 o'clock, they don't want you to know anything. Pisses me off. Media is done. Yeah, Fox Rhinos. You don't even have to talk about CNN. All right, so we got the feed. Let's see. Let's listen in.
Kennedy and his uncle, President John F. Kennedy. Bobby has devoted much of his life to serving his fellow Americans in his campaign for president, and he was a very tough competitor. I did not like it at all. I said, let's get him on my side. But in his campaign for president in 2024, Bobby brought together a coalition of supporters across party lines, and he really worked very hard, and he had tremendous support, unbelievable support, and I think a lot of that support came my way when we decided to do a little merger, and it was really great, and it was very loyal, incredible people. They believe in him so strongly because he's a fierce advocate for the health of our children and for the values of free speech, democracy, and peace. And people are going to be very impressed, I have no doubt. I've known him a long time. He's been a friend of mine a long time. Perhaps most importantly, though, Bobby created a nationwide movement made up of millions and millions of mothers and fathers and young people and concerned citizens of every background who want to end and this horrible chronic disease crisis that exists in America. He's absolutely committed to getting dangerous chemicals out of our environment and out of our food supply and getting the American people the facts and the answers that we deserve. After years in which our public health system has squandered the trust of our citizens, and they really have. They don't trust us. They don't trust anybody, frankly. They've gone through hell. There's no better person to lead our campaign of historic reforms and restore faith in American health care. and Bobby's going to do it. The United States spends more money in health than any other country on earth, but we're growing sicker every year. We're not as healthy as countries that spend just a fraction of what we spend, so there's something wrong. He's going to figure it out. In recent decades, we've seen staggering increases in cancer rates across all age demographics, including more than 40% increase in childhood cancer since 1975. Who can believe that? And an explosion in other chronic childhood illnesses. Not long ago, 1 in 10,000 people, children, had autism. Now it's 1 in 36. Think of that. 1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000. Now it's 1 in 36. Who can believe that? There's something wrong. There's something wrong. And I think it's something that can be found out. In 2022, more than 40% of children had at least one chronic health condition, and today nearly 80% of young adults do not qualify for military service, in large part for health reasons. We're think of that, 80%. Something is wrong, and that's why immediately after Bobby is sworn in, I will be signing executive order establishing the President's Commission to Make America Healthy Again. We have some great people on that commission. Chaired by our new secretary, this groundbreaking commission will be charged with investigating what is causing the decades-long increase in chronic illness, reporting its findings, and delivering an action plan to the American people. And it's going to be a plan that people are really waiting to hear. Bobby, I want to thank you. You've gone through a lot. It's taken great courage. You've been amazing, actually. I'd call him and say, "You're going to be okay." And he said, "I know, I really do." He's really been supported amazingly by Cheryl and his family. And it was very tough. It was a very nasty group of people that were after him, but he was tougher and he was smarter than they are. And that's why he's here today. There are very few people that could have withstood the assault, but he was able to. So I just want to congratulate you, and we have a very special person here to swear you in, a man that I think has done just, I think he's just an amazing man. As you know, his name happens to be Gorsuch, and he's a member of the Supreme Court in extremely good standing. He's highly respected by everybody. And I don't know, are you two friends or something? Or did this just happen to be the justice? Did this just happen to be the luck of the draw? What happened? Did you reach out? Well, you reached out to a very good man. So please, if you would, thank you very much.
This has to be done.
I'll do this first. Sorry. I'm going to make this a good one, right? Okay, it's good so far. Good. It's a 10.
Go in there. Get the kid in there. Chill it out. If you would, please.
Over here, please.
Would all the family like to join?
Yes, sure.
All right. Please place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. I, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr.
I, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend.
That I will support and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies.
Against all enemies.
Foreign and domestic.
Foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
that I take this obligation freely.
that I take this obligation freely
Without any mental reservation.
without any mental reservation
Or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion,
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
The duties of the office.
the duties of the office
On which I am about to enter.
on which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Secretary.
I want to begin by thanking President Trump for giving me this extraordinary opportunity. And I want to introduce my family and thank them for being here. My wife, Cheryl, my cousin, Anthony Shriver, my daughter, Kik, my other daughter, Kira, Catalina Shriver, Joey Shriver, Jackson Hines, and Amaryllis Kennedy. Oh, and I want to thank all of you for your support and throughout this whole 2.5-year journey. My first time in this Oval Office was in 1961, and I came here to meet or 1962. I came here and I had a meeting with my uncle, who was president, and where we talked about the environment. He was involved deeply, as we all know, in restoring physical fitness in this country. He challenged at one point during his administration, he challenged Americans to do a 50-mile walk, which I ultimately did. But I remember the day that my father completed his walk. We were staying up at Camp David. And my father came in after 18 hours walking on the CNO towpath with his feet bleeding and blisters on them. My father had one of his best friends was Al Lowenstein. And Al Lowenstein ultimately was a congressman from New York who was assassinated himself in 1980. But Al Lowenstein had started the Dump Johnson movement to get rid of President Johnson and end the Vietnam War. And at the time that he started it, people just thought it was a fool's errand. And ultimately, he asked my father to run for president against Johnson. My father wouldn't do it at that time, and he asked Gene McCarthy. McCarthy did it, and he joined that campaign. And my father ultimately ran, and Johnson then dropped out. So Al Lowenstein succeeded. And although Al Lowenstein was on the other side now, running against my father with Gene McCarthy, my father wrote him a note, a quote from Emerson, where he said, "If a single man plant himself firmly on his own ideal and there abide, the whole wide world will come round to him." For 20 years, I've gotten up every morning on my knees and prayed that God would put me in a position where I can end the childhood chronic disease epidemic in this country. On August 23rd of last year, God sent me President Trump, and he gave me he's kept every promise that he's made to me. He's kept his word in every account and gone way beyond it. I'm so grateful to you, Mr. President. A lot of people told me that I couldn't trust President Trump, that I better get it in writing. And we did a handshake, and everything that he told me he was going to do, he has done. And I'm so grateful to him, and I've told you before, I genuinely believe that you are a pivotal historical figure, and you are going to transform this country at a time when we see all of the indicia of democracy now in tatters in our country. We see the rise of the military-industrial complex, the rise of totalitarianism, these attacks on our Constitution, and this breathtaking epidemic that is disabling our people. President Trump has promised to restore the American dream in this country. A healthy person has 1,000 dreams. A sick person only has one. 60% of our population has only one dream, that they get better. President Trump has promised that he's going to restore America's strength. But we can't be a strong nation if we have a weak citizenry. If people are sick, 60% of our people are sick, 77%, as President Trump mentioned, of our children cannot qualify for military service. And we need a man on a white horse now. We need somebody who is willing to come in and has the spine and the guts and the strength to challenge orthodoxies, to stand in the way of vested interests, and to break institutions that have turned against our democracy. President Trump has shown again and again that he is that hero. And most recently, I greatly appreciate it, and I called you the day that you announced the termination of USAID. My uncle started USAID in 1961 for humanitarian purposes, to put our country on the side of the poor. It has been captured by the military-industrial complex. It has become a sinister propagator of totalitarianism and war across the globe. And very few people understand how sinister this agency really is. And President Trump saw that, and he stood up to it with a masterstroke. And we want to do the same thing with the institutions that are stealing the health of our children. We need a revolutionary figure, and you are that figure, and I'm very grateful for you for giving me this opportunity. I want to recognize some of the allies that I've had in this battle for a long time. Senator Rand Paul, Senator Ron Johnson, Senator Roger Marshall, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Buddy Carter, who've all been champions of the MAHA agenda before I even came along. I'm very grateful for you for standing strong. Thank you very much, President Trump.
You have immediately at HHS, now that you're sworn in, sir?
He's going to be running it. He's going to do a great job.
What would you like
That's
to
my
see
plan.
first?
He's going to find out a lot of secrets that have been maybe kept from us, but he's going to come up with some solutions to some big problems, health problems. And I think he's going to go down in the record books. I really have confidence. This group has great, even Rand has confidence. And that doesn't happen often. Good luck.
Could I ask you, Mr. Secretary, do you plan to fire anyone immediately, or what are your plans on day one, which I guess is today?
Our plans are radical transparency and returning gold standard science to NIH, to FDA, and CDC, to ending the corruption, ending the corporate capture of those agencies, getting rid of the people on those panels that have conflicts of interest. So we can do unadored and unimpeded science rather than the kind of product that is coming out of those agencies today.
Mr. Secretary, may I ask, how do you address concerns that some Americans may have about your stance on vaccine?
When people actually hear what I think about vaccines, which is common sense, which is vaccines should be tested, they should be safe, everybody should have informed consent, people are reacting because they hear things about me that aren't true. They hear characterizations of things that I've said that are simply not true. When they hear what I have to say actually about vaccines, everybody supports it.
Mr. Kennedy, Kara Kashinova from Lindell TV. What's your message to Democrats in the Senate that fought so hard to keep you from taking this position? And congratulations, by the way.
Yeah, President Trump has promised to be the president for all Americans, and he has said to me that he understands that there's no such thing as Republican children or Democratic children. All of our children need to be protected, and whether you're in a blue state or red state, I'm going to do everything I can to work with you, whether you're Democrat or Republican, to restore child's health in this country.
Mr. Secretary.
Great job. Great job. Thank you all very much.
All right, so yeah, if you've got Pfizer stock or Moderna stock, You might want to get on the phone real quick. Johnson and Johnson. What's the other one? Eli Lilly. OMG. The history of what we are witnessing right now in real time. In other words, what he just said, in case you didn't read between the lines, he's about to fire a bunch more people. The left can't figure out what. There is no counter to this. You put a vegetable as your president, you put a cackling idiot as your vice president, and you did nothing but destroy America for 4 years, and now you're wondering how in the hell you're going to extricate yourself from this, and I don't know, because everything that you're doing is basically following a playbook that hasn't worked. You got butt stomped on November 5th, and all you're doing is the same stuff. Racist, racist, racist. You lie about everybody. You make up stuff. You've made up stuff about Rfkjr Jr., and now you're going to get found out again. You see Trump in there kicking butt. You see Elon in there kicking butt. And no doubt, this man will be at work probably this afternoon. It's still early. We got stuff to do. You need to hit the ground running. And notice one thing he said there, amongst a lot of things that he said, that should make everybody take some notice. He said, when I met with President Trump, he said, I'm going to do this, this, and this. And he has done every single thing that he said he would do. Which means Bobby Kennedy has now realized Trump's a man of his word. And he also has smoked out some liars. These people who said you can't trust him, you can't do this, you can't do that. And then all of a sudden, he realizes and finds out, no, he's actually a man of his word. The people who were talking to me, they're the liars. So here's what's going to happen moving forward. As Bobby Kennedy begins working on this, I say it a lot about the size of this tent that is going to continue to grow. The more visible he is, which I think he's going to be visible, there are many people, if my parents were still alive, they held the Kennedy family in high regard. There are going to be a whole lot of people on the left. Actually, let me stop using that term. There's going to be a whole lot of Democrats, not the liberal, nutty left. There's going to be a whole lot of Democrats who are going to say, just based on what he said, hey guys, everything they told me was a lie. I've been working with this guy every day since the time, I walked on stage with him, and he's done every single thing he told me. That's going to carry a lot of weight. That's going to make some people go, so he's not Nazi? Ooh. He's not racist? And I know a lot of people didn't like Bobby Kennedy's wife, or thought Bobby Kennedy's wife was a smoking liberal, flaming liberal, and she hated Trump. Well, I'll tell you what, I've been married for 33 years, and there's not a single person that my wife would embrace and let kiss her if she hated them. Just saying. I know Cheryl Hines is an actress, but I don't think Rfkjr Jr. would have brought his wife, would have gotten involved in this thing if his wife didn't learn as well. I'm telling you, you guys who are married, you know, if she don't want it, and she says, don't do it, guess what? It ain't happening. Hey, honey, I think I got this great business deal. I think I can buy this house and I can do this. And she sits there and looks at me and goes, don't do it. If she does that, it ain't happening. So if you're thinking that Cheryl Hines is somehow bluffing and just said, yeah, okay, I'll just do what you guys who are married know what it's like at home. And so, yeah, she might be a great actress, but there's no way you would want to bring your entire family, your kids, and notice the last name of a few of those kids. The last name of a few of those kids was Shriver. Huge Democrat power family. I'm going to be watching to see what Maria Shriver does now. Does she become more open to MAGA? And I've noticed her softening her stance over the last couple of weeks because of what happened in Los Angeles when everything burnt down. And she became a lot more open to things. You guys may have been seeing that as well. This is seismic. This is so seismic, it probably is catching a lot of Republicans off guard. It may even be catching some of you off guard. Because it's visceral. Like, well, he's a Democrat. And he's just not a Democrat, he's a Kennedy. And I can't even imagine that we have just aligned with a Kennedy, even though he's hated by the rest of his family. Some of those people are going to have to turn around. They're going to have to, they won't have a choice. They will reveal themselves as have been puppets of the Democrat regime, and they understand this is our cousin, this is our family member, and he's not going to hurt us. I mean, those of you who have cousins and brothers or whatever, and some of them maybe, it might be kind of wacky. I got some wacky cousins. But I know my cousin's not going to hurt me. I know if I could leave my well, I don't have kids, young kids, but if I left my dogs with my cousin, he ain't going to eat my dogs. If Ashley was younger, I knew my cousin's not going to hurt them. They know Bobby Kennedy isn't a bad guy. They were doing what they were supposed to do because they had to say it, and everybody knows it at this point. So now you're going to see another wave of, oh my God, Democrats fleeing. Mark my words. Ashley, if you're listening, if you're still on, ask Mark Mitchell to begin charting this. See what happens, number one, after this, and number two, I don't know, a month after, by the time we go to the State of the Union on March 4th, what that Democrat number is going to be, because I do not think Bobby Kennedy is going to be in the background. I pretty much think that he's going to be in the foreground for two reasons. Trump needs him there. Trump needs him to be a very visible force. He needs to show people, hey, they're working together. Just like, hey, Elon, he's working together. Not because he's looking to get billions from Kennedy. No, because he understands. I keep saying it. I'm telling you right now. I'll say it again. If you don't hear it from anybody else, listen to me. He is blowing air into this balloon. And it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And so by aligning visibly with a very staunch Democrat power family, and over here I'm aligning visibly with the richest man in the world, tech giant, it can only grow. It won't reduce. It can only grow. And the only thing you have to do is stay steadfast and strong and pray and understand, yeah, this is MAGA. It's not Republican Party. It's MAGA. It's different. And I say this a lot because I don't want you guys to go off course. It's not what you're used to. It's funny, when I played the FAFO video, and it was hard driving rock, and the graphics are in your face, and I got a couple of emails, people like, Barry, that looks like it's almost satanic, it's demonic, and you should never play that again. That's because you're not used to it. It doesn't feel right. It feels demonic. You don't even know who the kids were who made it. The kids that made it. The young men who made it. They wouldn't have been there in 2016. These are young men who are like, yes, this is what we want. No, we don't want men playing in women's sports. No, we don't want Transformers. No, these are the people Trump is now embracing and saying, come on over. Come on, we're good over here. Come on over. And the last thing that we need at this point is for people who are Republican, I don't care about your age, thinking they don't belong. Because you're going to see this more and more and more. I'm telling you right now, if nobody else is telling you, let me be the one to tell you. It is going to keep growing in this manner. I love it. Me personally, I love it. I'll take your comments in a second. I got to do a quick sponsor read myself here. Let's go with, if it does it, looks like it's not doing it. Okay, here we go. President Trump said he wants to teach our kids to love our country, and now that it's finally time to do so, after he's been inaugurated and he's in the office kicking butt, it's the perfect time to teach kids everything they need to know about their new president and his mission to make America great again. That's why Mike Huckabee's team put together the Kids Guide to President Trump, and to celebrate President Trump's return to the White House, they're giving it away for free. This book is great because it features fun illustrations and content teaching kids all about President Trump's accomplishments and his goals for his second term. Mike Huckabee wants to send your family this free guide so that you can teach your kids the truth about President Trump. And when you order, you'll receive a free commemorative President Trump pen. But you must hurry because supplies are limited. Claim your free Kids Guide to President Trump for your kids right now. See offer details and order your free guide at kidstrumpguide.com. That's kidstrumpguide.com, or you can just click the QR code right there and that'll take you to it. So let me talk to you about a couple other things here. It looks like they're going to do a press conference I think about 5 p.m. with the president of India, or the prime minister, as they would say. What happened in here? It's not clicking. Okay, whatever. Is it not going off the screen? I don't know why it's not going off the screen. Let me see if it's gone off the screen for you guys. It just won't leave. Now it's stuck. Come on, guys at Rumble. This kind of stuff drives me crazy with the production. I don't know what the hell happened there. I don't know. Throw you up. Is it still on the screen, SB? Let me know, because I can't see. Nope, it's off. All right, good. Great, it's off. So, what's going to happen is he's going to do this press conference with the president of India. Supposed to be at 5 o'clock in an hour or so. It's not going to be the same type of press conference that is. They're going to be standing at a podium, and you're going to have the regular stupid questions from the media. And we've done 2 shows. We've had some good information come today. I'm not sure if I'll do a 3rd show. There's nothing on screen. Okay, and then we'll just take it from there. Bill Gates wants the global population reduced to 500 million. Great. So many people said Trump wouldn't keep his word. They're wrong. They're finding it. Kick Rocks, We the People video is very good too. Yep, I've seen that one. I don't have the rights to that. Yes, Barry, I agree 100%. I hope you guys understand that. I hope you really talk to each other. Get everybody else involved as well. Because one of the problems is that, those young men did it. You don't realize how long it took them to construct that FAFO video. And when they did it, they weren't doing it to offend you. Their intent is, let's make this killer video about music we love, and let's show people how much we care about President Trump. That's the message. That's when you say, you know what, I can go through the 3 minutes of the loud music and the drums and the funny looking eye. You know what, what's most important is that these young 20-something-year-old kids, number one, they knew about AI. They were able to do that with all AI. That's beyond my comprehension. I can't do that. And number 2, all they were doing was paying tribute to Elon Musk, J.D. Vance, and of course President Trump. That's the message for you to latch onto. Not the loud music, not the funky looking graphics. The politically, they are latching and saying, I love this guy. This is our president. You have kids enthused about President Trump. Think about that for a second. When's the last time you've seen the youth of this country coalescing behind a president that can actually, show them ideals on how to live their lives and everything else? They're not out there looking to do baby removal. They're not painting their hair and putting nose rings in. Well, they may do that, but they're not doing the other stuff. They're not taking the baby removal. They're not deciding to be transformers. They're just kids who are looking for something that means something. And even if you hate the music, you have an opportunity now. Again, I keep talking to you about opportunity. You have an opportunity to reach out to these young kids and say, hey, I don't like the kind of music, but I love the fact that you put that kind of effort to pay tribute to our president. It wouldn't hurt you to say that. Man, this video, I can respect the amount of effort you put into this. Not my cup of tea, but salute you. Thank you for putting something together that tribute to our president. Would that hurt you? Because it would go a long way. I'm telling you, because I'm sure they got attacked. You know how the left is. You know how the left responds to everything. And so these kids went public. They put it out on their Twitter profile, their X profile. They let everybody know, we love Trump. Which is not an easy thing to do, especially in that age and in that peer group. I salute them for that. I will never, ever tell somebody who wants to pay tribute to the President of the United States that I voted for, you shouldn't do that. Nope, ain't gonna happen. The FAFO video was awesome. I only wish it had a lead guitar in it, really. What's it say? Yes, sensitivity needs to go. Let's be real and non-offensive. Can I explain? Okay, where'd that go? Okay, Barry, can you explain what it means to have Russia back in the G7? Well, they're a world leader, whether we like it or not, whether Democrats like it or not. They try. The only reason they're not in the G7 or the G8 rather, is because they decided they needed to have the boogeyman. And the boogeyman under the bed since Trump came down the escalator has been Russia. All the way back to the PP tape in the hotel. And everything they've tried to do, they had to make him the boogeyman. He being Putin. And everything they've done. Remember when all of this started, let me ask you a question. What did that boogeyman do to us? Because they're still talking about it. Oh, you won't believe what he's going to do. It's not going to be safe. What did the boogeyman do? You see, it's been a lie. And so what it means is another world leader who deserves a seat at the table is now going to be, if they let him back in, which Trump is going to push for, it just makes the world stronger. It's not going to make us less safe. It basically, it's like a check and balance on the hey, we're all sitting at the table. Why wouldn't you want, even if you thought that Putin was our worst enemy, why wouldn't you want to keep your enemy close? Does it make any sense to push him out? I don't want to have nothing to do with you. You stink. No, I want to be able to have you at the table so I can convince you more and more. He's not out there committing terrorist acts. He's not out there doing the things that some of those people in the Middle East are doing, but yet you got kids on college campuses saying and doing all this crazy stuff. I don't see any protest on college campuses about Russia except for, the Ukraine thing, which we now know was a psyop as well. They were stealing money, parking it over there, and they had to cover everything up. News came out today, and this, if you haven't seen it, it's going to blow you away. News came out today that Biden knew for years that the only way that war over there would end would be with Ukraine acquiescing land. That's it. There's no other way. There is no other way. You can put as much money over there as you want. It ain't happening. And so they're going to have to give up land. When they come to the table, here's how the negotiation will go, depending on when it happens. You are going to have to give us this land. That's it. That's a line in the sand. Because there's two sides to the story. So when they turn to the left and talk to Zelensky, you have got to give up this land. Now you, Vlad, you're going to have to help economically rebuild what the hell you did. You're going to have to, whether it's, your liquid natural gas, whatever, you're going to have to put money into this country you effed up. So you give up the land, you start investing in Ukraine, and blah, 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 and fix all this stuff. You're the one launching bombs. I know you're launching at each other. And what are you doing as America? We're going to be the go-between. Make sure you guys keep what you're agreeing to. And we'll also work with you, Ukraine, to help rebuild your area. And we may even help Russia rebuild their area. Why? Because it makes America more prosperous. Not really putting our money in. We'll do it in different ways. So what does it mean to have Russia back in the G7? It means put the world back the way it's supposed to be. The Democrats made it less safe. The Democrats pushed this war a long time ago that this thing could have been over. They didn't want it to end. They wanted the military-industrial complex to continue giving weapons and making money. There was no incentive for the Democrats to end it. They don't want peace in the world. Remember back in the 60s and the 70s, the peaceniks? And they were fighting because all we want is peace. Give peace a chance. Oh, imagine if there's no heaven. All the stupid stuff that they did back then. It was the Republicans that were causing the problems, they thought. They never realized it was their own people. And so now, trying to promulgate peace, which is, I think, something that can be done in most of the world, except for, biblically, we know that the Middle East is going to be a hotbed for quite some time. It just says that in the Bible. It's been going on that way for 2,000 years or more. So if you bring peace to the world, sovereignty, prosperity, who doesn't want that? They don't. They thrive on chaos. They thrive on conflict. You can see it in our country. What would stop the Democrats right now saying, okay, President Trump, you won, you're in. What can we do to make things better? Let's have our own Putin-Zelensky talk here. What can you help out in Cleveland? How about Detroit? How about the inner city of Baltimore? Can we just fix these areas? Make that prosperity for all? Sure. Let's go ahead and put some money into Baltimore and let's fix it up, clean it up, and here's the laws we're going to follow and here's how we're going to enforce things and watch people prosper. It's simple. It is really simple. Real estate in those areas would skyrocket. Why? Because it's clean, it's nice, and people aren't stealing stuff or killing people. Let's try this in Detroit. Let's try this in, pocket of trouble all around the world. I know this for a fact. I'm like, Barry, how do you know this? I'm from Connecticut. I used to go to New York all the time. And I watched New York transform under Rudy Giuliani. Because there were parts in New York where you make sure you got your hand on the lock on your door and make sure you don't roll your windows down because, oh my God, you won't even understand what you're going to see. And when you go past 42nd Street, make sure you got your hand over the kids' eyes because you don't even want them to see what they're going to see. And then Giuliani came in and looked like he brought in a giant broom. And in New York was awesome. I mean, you could go down and dine in some of the best restaurants. You can see the best shows. You can go to games. It became awesome. And then the Democrats, and they just let it happen. The creep came back. It's not hard to do. When my dad was in construction, I remember he lived in Baltimore when in Connecticut, when my parents got divorced, he moved to Baltimore. And we're like, what in the hell are you doing in Baltimore? How are you going to leave here? Your kids, your ex-wife, and blah, blah, blah. And he got a contract. And in the contract, it was, we're going to give you this much money, and we want you to go in to this area of complete disgusting area, tear down all this stuff, and build, and they named it New City, or the area, New City, was a neighborhood in Baltimore. And so they leveled all the tenements and all this stuff, and they built up a whole bunch of condos. And then guess what happened? The parish pastors in Baltimore got mad because they didn't want to see high-end condos in the city. They said, you got to make 50% of it for low-income people. At which point, the developers got together. So wait a minute, you want us to build nice, big, luxury condos, and you think somebody's going to buy a condo for whatever the price was back then, and next door is going to be Letitia with 9 kids, who's not paying anything. Do you know anything about business? Who wants to do that? Well, that's what it's going to take. If you want to continue the permit here, you got to make it 50% low-income housing. That ideology doesn't work. I understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to integrate things, but it doesn't work. It's very easy to clean up cities. It's very easy. And having been in real estate for 30 years, I've done it. You go into a neighborhood and, they made this big word that doesn't mean crap. That big word being gentrification. Gentrification means you move the bad elements out and you fix it up, and then the good element wants to come in. Unfortunately, most of the good element that wants to come in is usually, white people. Because you destroyed the nuclear family in the black community, and it turned into hood rats. So until you fix these people and show them how they can be productive members of society, you're going to keep, perpetuating hood rats. And nobody wants to invest in the hood. Not even black people. I know a lot of black developers. I know a lot of black real estate investors. Hey man, what do you want to do here? Nothing. Unless I'm doing Section 8. Oh, okay, we can do some Section 8. Have the government pay us every month. Yeah, we can do that. Then we don't even have to do like good stuff. We can just put linoleum on the floors, and we can just put fake wood on the floors, and just paint it white and just basically make prison type units, and they're gonna pay us, and that's what you get. As long as the government is subsiding developers and saying, "Can you just make something?" I'm like, but they're gonna tear it up. Yeah, but it's low income housing. All right, so it's low income housing. Let me put the linoleum on the floors. Let me buy the cheapest stuff I can put in there and basically turn it into a tenement, but a clean tenement, and pay me every month. But if you really want a community to improve, you need to gentrify it. I know it's a long way around about the G7, but you asked. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's see here. Get a hold of Omar and order more flaps for the MAGA tent. Yeah, exactly. Make it big. Oh, here's somebody here. You're a troll. Trump is a little coward when it comes to the war in Ukraine. He's scared a little Putin is going to stomp his butt. Oh, man, your nipples must hurt constantly. And I would just wonder, what's it like to have to squat to pee all the time? I mean, must be just completely, humiliating to know you have to squat to pee. Get the F out of here. Free housing is located at the county jail, which they're always overrun. Did Trump sign the executive? Okay, what's this say? Barry President Trump, like more Newsmax than Fox. Only a few at Fox News that really like President Trump. Yep. I don't know if you saw it, but Pete Hegseth put something out the other day, and now that he isn't tied in with Fox, he can speak his mind. He ripped he's been ripping Jennifer Griffith. She's a big mouthpiece for the deep state, and now that he's not with Fox, he's been calling her out. Oh, I love it. Oh, Tosh says, born and raised in Baltimore, I know what you're talking about. And it just perpetuates. Like I said, I haven't lived in Connecticut for, 35 years, but I know I could drive you to a neighborhood and go, shh, I'm not going to look. Tell me when we're looking next to it. It's a ghetto, right? And you'd be like, how did you know? Because it's been a ghetto. It always gonna be a ghetto because the city is doing their liberal stuff and it's trash. And then there's gangs. It's never changed. Never changed. There are parts of cities that you can drive to that just never change. How can that possibly be? How can it possibly be that there are parts of inner cities across the country that never change? That's because the government never changes. It's crooked Democrat politicians, often run with the help of local pastors. You know that Tom Homan, by himself with a couple guys, could stop the killings in Chicago. That's simple. Where the bad guys at? Let's go get them. That's all you got to do. It might take me a couple weeks to find out where the rats stay, but once I stay, let's go get the rats. And an easier place is just talking to the people. Hey man, where they at? They be staying over there. They think this apartment, but if you go down underneath in the basement, that's where they all be staying. Oh, okay. Thank you. It ain't hard. The reason it doesn't change is because the Democrats don't want it to change. As a black person, I can tell you. I've seen it firsthand. All you need to do is get the rats out. If you get the rats out, then everything's fine. So what you've been seeing over the last, week or two, in regards to Doge, is, all this money that's been flowing all over the place. Well, they haven't got to it yet. But when they start looking at cities instead of agencies, and they're finding out that money has gone to Pastor Joe and Pastor Fred and these areas. Oh, you did see it. That nutty pastor that talked to Trump at the church hearing, she got $53 million. It's widespread. I knew about it a long time ago. There's a congressman who's in Maryland right now. His name is Kwesi Mfume. You should look into Kwesi Mfume's past. Way before he became a congressman. Kwesi Mfume, in my estimation, is one of the reasons Baltimore is in the state that it's in. Oh yeah, Kwesi. I remember meeting you. I remember talking to you. I remember you telling me. I remember Kwesi Mfume telling me, if you want to open this nightclub here, you got to take care of a few people. What do you mean? Give them free drinks when they come in? Don't get me started. Don't get me started. Wow. Democrat politicians are nothing more than suppressors. Yep, exactly. Let me go here. So I was waiting, and the reason why I was talking is because, East St. Louis, South Chicago. Yeah, they're very easy to clean up. You don't even need a whole lot of money. You just need the guys and the will. The Prime Minister Modi from India was supposed to be meeting Trump at the White House. Any minute he's going to drive up, and we just see the shaking of the hands, the hi, how you doing? Good to see you. What's going on? And right now we're just waiting for him to show up. If he shows up, we can take that before we go. Let me just see something else here. Robert always laughs at me for saying that. All right, so I did want to take this. See, they send me stuff to talk about, and then I click a button, and it says, please talk about it. And it doesn't work. So I don't know. I forget it. I'm pissed off at Rumble right now. I don't know what the hell they're doing. Ashley, you need to tell them to pissed off. In any event, he's supposed to show up and shake his hand. I don't know if I want to wait for that. Let me see what else is here. Barry, replay, do you ever watch Newsmax? Yes, I watch Newsmax. Montgomery, Alabama is a wreck as well. And Alabama is a red state. So if the governor wanted to go in there, there's a reason why the governor doesn't go in there. They want it that way. I don't mean the governor wants it that way. The local politicians, it's not worth the hassle. You guys want to live in filth? Go ahead. I don't care. We're done with you. You know, it's crazy. I'm a Maryland resident. Say no more. I know who he is. Him, who was Westmore, Larry Hogan. They didn't do us. No. It makes me ill sometimes because some of the people I've known in politics and from way back before they became into the national spotlight. It's okay. So Modi is showing up right now. Let's go ahead and take this feed of him showing up and Trump talking to him.
Greeting the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi. Right there. Trump didn't come. Trump didn't come.
That was it. He got to go to the White House. He's going to go inside and meet Trump. I don't know who the lady was that met him. I thought they might have said a couple words together. Nope, they just went in. All right, so whatever. That's it. We're going to have to cut from here. And then we'll look at what to do later on. It's only 4:22. I might come back and do something. Let's see, SV, you got any news for me? You got some breaking news for me? Hold on. Let's see here. Oh, he's back. Okay. All right. So I'm getting ready. Let's go ahead and do see if there's any super chats while that's running there. Let me put up the banner and tell you to, if you'd like to join us over on X, come to our private X group. Go to fanfareshop.org/group. 15,000 plus people right now. 15,000 people are in there. And I usually give the hoodies away at night. So if you'd like to enter to win a hoodie, go to fanfareshop.org. And you can register to win. Let's look at this. Shally Ramos, Barry Fred Sambert, and Lamont on the USA. Probably the way things are going now. Dominus Vobiscum, the Masters of Truth. I can't read it because too many things there. But thank you very much. Beverly, how are you? Beverly, everyone needs to see the movie Reagan. Yes, that would be a good movie. Hey, Michael, how are you? Michael Clark Mesa. I love the AI Trump video, but I am a headbanger. I'm also a Christian. Those offended, have you heard of Holy Name? They're a heavy metal Christian group. In addition to that, if I can remember, I'm going to go way back right now. I know Tommy Radcliffe or Tommy Lawrence might know this, but there was a band called Slayer. Real heavy metal, hair band, out of the hair band days. They were, I believe they were a Christian band too, way back. Tommy Radcliffe, the video is fine. I did a solo to it. Anyone see my guitar solo to it? No, I'll have to find that and play it next time. That video was great. Thank you, Mel. Hi, Donna. How are you? Donna says, I can't stop watching the FO video. I've shared it everywhere. I even watched it with my coffee this morning. I love it. Even Robin, who's not a big headbanger, she's a disco queen. I married a disco queen. Donald Donovan, there will be another open Democrat Senate seat in 2026. Senator from Minnesota, Tina Smith, that she will not seek re-election in the midterms. I saw that. That is obviously indicative of the rats. They are a-running. That is for sure. She's like, I'm done. You're going to see a lot more of that. Nah, I'm done. I can't do this. Michael Odell, Robert Kennedy Jr. will be a great Secretary of Health. He will be. Robert Kennedy, what's this one? Is that the same one? Yeah, I put that one up already. Guy Catalano, thank you. I'm 72, love classical music and metal. Awesome. That's sort of like me. I like all kinds of music. I don't like disco. Well, some disco. But I've always been a headbanger. And I'm a black guy who loves heavy metal, hair metal, and country. I don't fit any of the boxes. One. I'm 53 and love the FAFO video. Incredible. It is. It's a great video. Barry, I sent my email address to you last night. I think you must be sending it to a wrong email. Because I'm not getting it. Might want to send it to showmail@fanfareshop.org, and then Ashley can forward it to me because she gets that email. Make McDonald's great again. Big and hairy balls make a good team. Oh, that's funny. Let's see here. Benedetto Salerno, watching this world heal under President Trump is a wonderful thing, and with Barry explaining it and helping us get the latest news, it's awesome. Thank you very much. Laura, thank you very much. Let's see here. Steve Bankowski, Trump is letting the dogs out. This is his blitzkrieg. Yep. And he's not done. You know he's going to have dinner with this guy, and they're going to do some stuff, and then going to come out and say something else. Beverly Linton, Fox was first to call the 2020 election while it was still being challenged. I remember that. Yep, many of us remember that. Elon needs to buy CBS. All right, so I see a lot of people say Elon needs to buy this, or Elon needs to buy MSNBC. No, he doesn't. Let me tell you why. The money it takes, you know, oftentimes when you look at purchasing something, there's a term called replacement value. And to buy everything MSNBC or CNN or anything these have wouldn't come near the price that they would want. Because you could buy the cameras, you can buy the lights, you can buy the microphones, you can build yourself a studio. He's got enough money to do that. And you don't need to pay those exorbitant talent contracts. See, that's going to do the media in. And when you've contracted to pay these people $10, $5, $25 million, I'm not buying that. I don't want you. I just want this stuff. And the other thing is your carriage agreements with the various cable providers. That has some value. But I don't need all this other stuff because I could just buy it myself. Elon, it's coming. I mean, let me just tell you right now. You will be watching television on Twitter not too far from now. There will be entire shows. There will be sports. There will be people like me and Benny and everybody else who are just broadcasting on X. It is coming. XTV will be a reality very, very soon. And so why would he even think about buying MSNBC? Because with all of us producing content, it doesn't cost him a dime. And if he wants to make a movie, he just buy a movie and just put it on X. Doesn't need to. That's where I think a lot of people are messed up. They're like, well, why would you buy CNN when it's dying? And it's not just dying because of the host. It's dying because nobody needs it. So, just giving you a little background on that. Where'd I go here? Lady Addy 19. The media is on self-destruct. Don't interrupt the enemy when they are making their mistakes. Yep, it's gonna just go down. Hey, Tommy, everybody's ears just perked up when Barry coughed. Don't get sick. Oh no, just once in a while from talking for 3 hours. My throat gets a little dry. But that's all it was. You know, especially when I have to carry things because he won't come out on time. Robert Suarez, wow, Trump is really zoned in and on message. No one is going to dare stand in his way. We have an American leader. Bingo. Absolutely. Mitch, you're done. Barry, I saw some stuff on X. They're trying to say Trump is senile like Biden, like he forgot he was there to watch Tulsi get sworn in. Thoughts? Why listen to him? That's my thoughts. If somebody says that on X, why listen to them? They're meaningless. You hear them at the press conference. They don't talk about what really needs to be talked about. Talk about crap. Beverly Linton, I wonder if Trump will kick the UN out of the U.S. I hope so. I hope so. Barry, wouldn't you love being a lawyer in D.C. just about now? Man, that's going to be crazy. Crazy. Robin, I'm going to put your information up here. It says I'm not showing up as a super chat. I did it twice. One, I don't know, but I'll say thank you. I don't see it, but nonetheless, no problem. No problem. Thank you very much. Master Cylinder, Chinese products are time bombs. I try to buy American-made items, not assembled in USA, whenever I can. It's cheaper in the end. Love your show. Thank you. Yeah, just if something goes on a tariff, just do something else. Can't wait for the SSA to be looked at. The result will be substantial increase in payments to our seniors and our disabled. Best regards. Yeah, I'm seeing it right now. I am seeing firsthand. I don't want to jinx myself, knock on wood, but something is different. Something has definitely changed, and it's all for the better. Master Cylinder 2, I love my Heinz, especially on French fries, but I recently learned it's full of corn syrup. Yikes, now I have to turn my back on it. Yeah, I mean, we all have our little vices, moderation. It's not like, a bottle of ketchup for me will last about, I don't know, asked the wife, about 2 months. I don't use a whole lot of it, but I just liked that one. And even when I do use it, it's not like I'm using it as a sauce anymore. She laughs at me when I used to use it as a sauce. Born on the 4th, Job 4:8, plowers of mischief and sowers of trouble will reap it. Thank you for that. V4 Vendetta. We can elect people that work for us, fight for us, and follow the framework the country was founded on. That's exactly how it should be. Jason Ward. Barry, doing a great job and watching since August. 2 things. Follow Dr. Ken Berry to beat your carbohydrate addiction. Stop. No. Who said I had a carbohydrate addiction? Most of the meals, okay, I can hear her rattling stuff out there. She makes a meat dish and a vegetable dish, or meat and you go eat salad. There ain't no carbohydrate addiction. When I showed you these cookies, this will sit on my desk probably, I don't know, for a week. I don't have an addiction. I might have one here or there. There's no addiction. I don't have an addictive personality. Never had one. Never smoked. Don't drink. In college, I smoked a little hooch because it used to make the pain go away from football. But other than that, owned the nightclubs, all kinds of stuff. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I'm not addicted to anything except doing this. I guess this is my addiction. It's funny when Robin says, it's your birthday, what do you want? I'm like, maybe another light. How about something here, a little gadget? I'm easy. I'm so easy. Let's see here. CR, Doge needs to stay after 2026. Yeah, I think it needs to be permanent as well. The Vipers will come right back. Bishu, Barry, government workers that work remotely are issued laptop, cell phone if they worked on a clock or without pre-approval. Yeah, they're in trouble. They're in trouble. Sheila Eliakis, thank you. And Sheila, looks like you did it 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Thank you very, very much. Or if you did it by mistake, I'm not sure, but it shows up 4 times. Stephen Anderson, Doge discovered 2 trillion Medicare, Medicaid fraud. It's coming. It's definitely gonna. Shirley, I'm not sure if you meant to. If you did, thank you. But a 5th one just showed up. So you might want to check your credit card. If you meant to do 5, thank you very much. Cynthia Russell, people saying no one has been charged, need to understand how long it takes to build a solid case to get a warrant for an arrest. Yep, I completely agree with you. This is going to be a time-consuming thing. I completely agree with you on that one. Raven Kirkendall, waiting is the Seinfeld Chinese restaurant episode. Yes, that was about the reservation. Hey, we have a reservation for 4. I don't see it. Oh, yeah. It's going to be 20. I think yes. She goes, give me like 20 minutes. He's like, well, I made the reservation for 8. And he's like, you can take the reservation, but you don't keep the reservation. Which tomorrow, by the way, guys, I'm just telling you, It's 4:30 on the 13th. If you haven't made a reservation for tomorrow, you're going to have a pissed off lady. Yeah, you should have thought about it a while back. It's so if you haven't, maybe you might log off, get off the video, and go, oh my God, tomorrow's the 14th of February. It's Valentine's Day. I need to go do something. Do it now. Do it now. It's still light outside before you wake up tomorrow and she's got nothing. Because I got to leave here. I got to go get a card. You see, one of the things I learned about being married is you can get gifts, you can go to dinner, but if you don't get the card, it's just not the same. But I got all the other stuff. Todd Doyle, when anyone turns a bill in, it should say who submitted it to, so their constituents know to vote for them for waste. Put your name on it. We are working, Ryan. What we are watching with Doge is what Javier Milei did with the useless government programs in his country. Yep. And El Salvador too. Lynn Goldmeyer, just pray for accountability for what they have done. It's a big word for Democrats. Hello, I'm here. No sugar cookies have more carbohydrates. Nope. This one has total carbohydrates that are not fiber. And what's the serving size? Okay, serving size is 12 per container. I don't know how many of them in here, but the carbohydrates aren't bad either. Plus, you don't eat a whole bunch of them. Don't be a glutton. Arizona guy. I don't eat breakfast. I drink coffee. Yep, you're probably in the military, weren't you? Let's see. Let's keep going here. I want to keep you guys here all afternoon. Sorry. Hold on. All right. Grandma Lynn. I make my own bread and chocolate. Make your own, and you know what's in it. Man, your house must smell good. Boy, I remember my grandma used to make bread, and I'd come home from grammar school and go, oh, it smells so good in here. Yeah, Steve Mankowski, your new outro video, FAFO, it's awesome, hard rocking, high energy, adrenaline pumping. Yes, I will be playing it as we leave. This time I will be doing the 30-minute after party chat, so you guys can all listen in on that. Arizona guy, I'll explain what that is when we're done here. Arizona guy, again, good show, Barry. I'm certainly looking forward for the media to change. Democrats have ruled for It's been a long time coming, and those of you who have started or have your own YouTube channels, I'm beginning to think things are changing. I could be wrong. I could get off of here and they tell me I can never come back, but it feels different. Beverly Litton, thanks for sharing post by Mike Benz. I read his info about the globalist infiltrations and manipulations worldwide. Really horrifying. Yeah. You can look at some of his stuff now. He's actually been saying, hey, listen, I'm not suicidal, so understand if you know what that means. Thank you, Kathy Bennett. I appreciate your channel and everybody who's on here. MAGA, thank you very much. Thank you, George Erickson. You are a winner, Barry, and so is POTUS Trump. He is setting the blueprint for future politics, integrity, truth, and leadership. I believe that. Mama Mima, I'm a Bongino fan, but you outshine him. More engaging, more professional presentation of content matters. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wow. Terry Cook, Barry, have a bag of Cheetos from one fan to another. I'm not buying $13 bags of Cheetos. She already yells at me enough every time I buy it, so she's going to yell more if I buy a $13 bag, but thank you. Jose Bazil, from what I can see, exposed the Dems will never see offense. I've been saying that. I just don't see how they will ever, not ever, how they will be able to get to back in power anytime soon. Let me just continue here. Okay, here we go. Wow, somebody said they bought 18 eggs for $8 last week in Vegas. That's not bad. Is that bad? I don't know if that's bad or good. Nicholas Lamonicus, hey man, haven't heard from you in a while. Barry, thanks for everything. God bless. Yep, thank you. Sam's Club has eggs for $5.49. Very nice. If you can get over to Sam's Club if you're a membership. Barry, sounds like you need a streaming computer. I do have a streaming computer. But the problem is, well, I don't know if it's so much a problem, is I just got this computer recently, like 5 months ago, brand new, built it from scratch. Great running computer, but if you're not streaming, you don't know how much of a load it puts on your computer. It's incredible. And then when you're doing it from 2 different screens and 3 different monitors and switching graphics and switching, ooh, I may have to build a supercomputer. Then what do I do with this one? David Cummings, berryless blueberry muffins you love. Use eggs to make them. Yeah, yep, you're absolutely right. That's why I don't eat them anymore. You talk about sugar. That's a big problem there. Ron and Jerry, thank you. Joe told a reporter in 2021, I don't believe there will be a Republican Party in 2024. Good luck with that, Joe. He's been awful quiet, hasn't he? Stephen Wilson, thank you. Demon of Cybertron. All they had was those Kamala Hispanic voters protesting, and I think they already got tired of protesting. There's nobody. They're done. They are so done. I mean, just really done. If I was a Democrat politician, I would want to be one right now, but they would never support me because I would just be so different. But then I'd just be MAGA. So yeah, they won't like it. They won't like it at all. It's going to take something like that to happen because they're so off course at this point. I don't think they know what to do. Arizona guy 1, NIH principal deputy director. Who led the agency during C-19 resigns abruptly. Ooh, it's happening, people. It's happening. All right, Ken, I'll talk to Ashley and look at the emails and see if she's got them. Useless idiot. You need to put the pinky to the corner of your mouth when you say build this. Let's build the supercomputer. Steve Hale, thank you very much. Shirley, you did it on purpose. Well, then, thank you very much, darling. Thank you very much. Carmen Flores, why do the Democrats and radical left make everything so difficult? Why do they make it so difficult? Because their power source is chaos. You see, everything that you've been hearing about Doge and everything that has transpired, number one, they have to build a boogeyman. You can go way back. They've always had a boogeyman. And because their power source is chaos, means it's keeping people in fear, whether it's money, food, Trump, before it was Bush. It's always been a boogeyman. DeSantis is bad, and it's always the same thing. See, that's why they're losing so badly at this point, is you can only say it for so long. Yeah, they're all racist. They're going to put you back in chains. They're going to take women's rights away. And then people realize it didn't happen. And so you got nothing. And so you have to be a functioning, a literal moron to keep going back to the same thing. So that's why it's so difficult, because they don't have anything to run on. Nobody wants to be like them. Think about that. Unless you can, play basketball like LeBron or sing songs like Beyonce and you're up on stage, everyone wants to be a rapper, but you never hear it. They never talk about successful people. If you're a young black kid and your parents aren't saying, hey, listen, you could be like this person. Hey, would you like to be like Clarence Thomas? Oh, that's bad, man. He sold out. And so they just keep people down. They have to have the boogeyman. It sucks. I hated it. Tommy, check your morning feed at 1 o'clock. Elon's engine solo for you and the girls, and not on YouTube yet. Okay. Yes, I will do that. Shelly Ramos. Okay, that was one we had saw earlier. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. Those of you who have listened before, I'm going to play the outro. I'm going to play the FAFO outro. And then immediately after the outro, what you're going to see is some Zen. I call it the after show chat party. So those of you who like to communicate with each other will have 30 minutes before I cut the stream. And it's very funny. It's like right now I look and there's 11,000 people here right now who waited till after the super chat. By the time the 30 minutes is up, you're probably going to see 5,000 or 6,000 people still talking. I love it, because that was brought to me actually by Robert and Ashley and said people want to keep talking after the show is done. So I said, how can I do that? And I put this together. So let me roll the outro, and after the outro, you will see the after chat party. All right, talk to you.
Thank you.